everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. Have I got a morning for you? Let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Oh, just take a look. My favourite colour, it's rainbow. We've got a gorgeous rainbow solids bundle as our early bird today. And who doesn't need a bit of extra colour in their lives? What was it that Maya Angelou said? Be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. $27.93 is your regular price. It's our early bird, so we're dropping it. 7.5 metres. Here we go. It's a great saving. £21.93. That's a £6 saving. Huge, absolutely huge. You're getting 3.5 metres here. 3.5 metres of premium quality Rose and Hubble solids and absolutely beautiful colours. Now, colour-wise, we've got Imperial, which is this fabulous purple. You've got Royal, which is that gorgeous, proper deep blue. Emerald is next. Sunshine, well, obviously, love that. Hot Tomato is that beautiful orange colour, love that. Red, proper true red, and bright pink. Bright pink. I mean, it's really, really stunning. And whether you use them all together to make a happy rainbow quilt, you could maybe use these as a starting point. Gather all your pink scraps, your red scraps, your orange scraps, and just sew lots of squares together and put a border around the outside using your solid. That would be absolutely gorgeous. Or you could use these as your quilt itself. Mix them maybe with some black and white solid and create something really beautiful. My pattern, Stepping Out, works brilliantly with solids. Lots and lots in baskets. Remember, you're making a £6 saving. Let me show you what 1/2 metre looks like. I'm going to open it out. Here is, love this colour. Here is your 1/2 metre. You get a lot of fabric in a 1/2 metre. Such a usable amount of fabric. If you're doing something like quilt as you go for a quilt, these could well be your background fabrics, your backing fabrics for a quilt. And that would look stunning from both sides then. You'd have all sort of rainbow blocks. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Let's see if Facebook is on and live. Let's have a look. Nothing coming up for me. Just get Hannah to have a look if you don't mind, please. I want to say good morning to everyone. Get your messages in as well, won't you? Always good to hear from you. This lovely quilt that's hanging behind me, by the way, this is coming up today. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? That's on at 11 o'clock. Such a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Love that. That's brand new from Riley Blake. Good morning to Anne. She says, morning, lovely Stuart. Morning to you. Gillian says, good morning, Stuart and team. And Pam says, good morning, gorgeous. You're looking very summery. Well, we went to Leeds shopping and I found this lovely shirt. So couldn't resist. Let's say hi to the team, by the way. Let's go to the gallery cam. We've got Chris is producing today. Hi, Chris. Dan is directing. Hey, Dan. And then Hannah is on the floor. Here she is. Hello. And our Hayley West. Give us a little wave, Hayley. There we go. Hayley's in today as well. Absolutely fab. That's the team for today, plus me, of course. Now, absolutely loads of you going for this morning. You're getting bright pink, red, hot tomato, sunshine, emerald, royal and imperial purple. 1/2 metre of each. Such useful and usable colours. Great to have in your stash. Morning, Stuart and team, says Heather in Shropshire. Oh, good morning. How are you, Heather? Good to hear from you. Pauline's got in touch too to say, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to Hayley's top demo. Oh, the Chameleon top. We've all been blown away by this morning. It's one top pattern, but there are at least 5 different sleeve options that you can mix and match with the same top. It is super versatile, absolutely brilliant. That's coming up at 11. Keep going through for your early bird at 9 o'clock. Sorry, that's 9 o'clock. Now, I do have another little something that I want to show you that would go really, really nicely with the early bird. So I'm going to keep this here in shot. Now, my 2 favourite neutral solids are black and white. So what we've done, here I've got a bundle. Now, 2 meters of solid black fabric. Regular price £15.96, but you are going to get a very special price today. You're going to pay just £12.96. That's a £3 saving on 2 meters of black solid. So this is our regular Rose and Hubble quilt weight cotton, solid black. You get a 2 meter cut, so stashable, and you're making a £3 saving. Great buy this. Good morning to Kat, who says hello, and good morning, Stuart. Love the rainbow. Me too. Deborah says, good morning. Gorgeous, Stuart. Another good show. Oh, great show today. Absolutely fantastic. And then Annette has messaged also to say, good morning, gorgeous, Stuart, and all at SewingStreet. Thank you for making this a bright and lovely morning. Oh, thank you, Annette. I don't know if the sun is shining out there or whether it's going to be a nice day or not, but I know it's going to be a sunny day inside the studio, so stick with us. Quarter of the stock's already gone of this black solid. You're getting a 2 meter bundle. You're saving £3. It's all cut for you. Such a brilliantly stashable chunk of fabric there. Use that as the basis of a scrap quilt. It would also go beautifully with any of your brights, your modern prints, your solids, tone-on tones. Looks great with batiks as well. If you've got my tangled pattern, that looks amazing with a black background, really glowing. Oh, another message from Teddy. Good morning, Stuart, and all in the studio. Just popping in to peruse. Well, peruse away. Absolutely. Got some lovely things in this hour. So that's one little bundle that I wanted to tell you about. Absolutely flying out. So the other bundle that I just had to have in for today, because, I mean, look at that against the rainbow. It's a 2 meter bundle of white solid. So this is our proper, true white. £15.96. Let's drop the price, Chris. Again, a £3 saving. You're getting that for £12.96. Now, most quilt weight cotton is about £16 to £18 a metre now. To get 2 metres for £12.96, absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Ted is perusing the deals before work. Good plan, that. It's always a good idea to have a look at what's coming up on today's shows. It's easy to do. Should we go to the website and have a look? If you go to our website, allthewsewingstreet.com, and then click on Watch Live. Once you've done that, you can then look at, you can see our early bird, you can see today's show deals. Now, that is what we have already... Just stop there for a second for me. Sorry, just go back. Thank you. Just stop there. Right. So you can, on today's show deals, that is everything that we've already seen. And then coming up on today's shows is everything yet to come. So I imagine what Ted is doing, and what I often do, is to look ahead on coming up on today's shows. You can see everything in preview and you can shop ahead. That way you won't miss out on anything that sells out when we're live. We've got gorgeous Dan Morris fabrics. We've got dressmaking bundles. We've got some fantastic deals on a sewing machine today, a Husqvarna sewing machine. Oh, I'll tell you about that in a sec. You've also got you've got that fab new quilt kit, the Versaille quilt kit, which is hanging behind me. It's a great way of getting exactly what you want before everyone else gets it. It's what people in the know do. We've got some really fantastic shows for you today. All right, great. So our early bird today, let's recap. It's the rainbow bundle. 7 different fabrics. You get ½ meter of each: imperial, royal, emerald, sunshine, hot tomato, red, and bright pink, beautiful. You're saving £6 because it's today's early bird, but you'll need to be quick. Lots and lots of the stock has already gone. Lovely message from Christine on Facebook. Morning, gorgeous. You're looking fabulous today. Oh, thank you. I really like this new shirt. I don't normally wear brown, but I saw this, tried it on, and I was instantly kind of pinky brown. It's rather nice, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, keep going through for that. It's a gorgeous bundle. And then remember, we've added 2 special extra bundles in. The black solid 2-meter bundle. This is 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, £12.96. Half the stock's gone already. Half the stock's gone. It's a great buy. 2 meters of black solid for £12.96. And this isn't a different quality. This is exactly the same. This is our Rose and Hubble solid. I use this so often in my quilts. I absolutely love it. The way it makes colours pop. Beautiful. And then our other extra bundle is this, 2 meters of white. Again, Rose and Hubble, 100% cotton. You get a 2-meter cut and you save £3. Well worth checking out on this, because how often do you need plain white or plain black fabric? It's such a staple. Yeah, great for lining bags as well, backing cushions or runners. It's a good sort of utility colour to have. But I think also if you ever want a neutral to put other fabrics with, if you've got black and you've got white, you know, you've got most of the bases covered. And it just looks gorgeous against those colours. Just again, really, really makes them pop. Beautiful. Okay, right. I'm going to put this to one side and let's have a look at today's menu. Packed show today. We're starting off this hour with Dan Morris fabrics. Beautiful, vibrant, detailed fabrics from Dan. At 9 o'clock, it's that Chameleon top I was telling you about from Hayley West. 1 base pattern, 5 different sleeve options. I mean, so many possibilities. Now, a little stock warning. It's flying out on pre-order. How many have already sold that? Chris? Okay, so what I can tell you is that 10% of the stock has already been checked out of that pattern, and we haven't even shown it to you yet. I think lots of you wait for Hayley's launches because you know her patterns are so makeable, so wearable, so adaptable and flattering. And this top is absolutely sensational. 5 different sleeves. And wait till you see the sleeve options. They're super cute, really, really flattering and wearable. Now, we don't have actually as big a stock of these patterns as any of us would have liked. So that's why I'm just giving you a quick heads up now. It would be a really smart idea if you want to have a look at that in advance and check out the pattern so that you guarantee you get it. All right, we've also got some great fabrics in that hour. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got quilting tools and extra wide fabrics, including some new ones, which are some of my absolute favourites. I'm going to nip and get a couple of quilts out of my car, actually, because I've used a couple of them, and I'll show you. Right, at 11 o'clock, it's this beauty, the Versaille quilt from Riley Blake. The fabrics are designed by Sandy Gervais, who I love. I think it's beautiful, so fresh, so summery, in those gorgeous shades of kind of spearmint, raspberry, and deep burgundy red. Really stunning, all set against that gorgeous creamy white background. You are not paying the price on the website. We have got a lovely drop for you. I just think those fabrics are stunning. And this quilt, believe it or not, is pieced from squares and rectangles. That's all. That's all. Right, 12 o'clock. I have got a very, very special hour for you. Hayley is staying on for an extra hour to take us through the Opal from Husqvarna. This sewing machine. It's the Opal 670. What a beautiful looking machine. It is gorgeous. Now, can I just let you know that today we are going to drop the price of that machine lower than we've ever dropped it before. The price is going to knock your socks off. What I would suggest you do is, when you get a chance, have a little look online, see the price that you can get. The Husqvarna is the Opal 670. and then wait for 12 o'clock. We are going hundreds of pounds lower than that RRP. All right, we've also got a fabulous overlocker in that hour. This is always popular. Always popular. You also get the pack of overlocking threads with it. Great price. That is also something worth shopping ahead for. And that is what Friday looks like. Next stop, the weekend, right? Let's dive in. Let's dive in. Right. Let's start with some gorgeous Dan Morris stained glass looking fabrics. These are so beautiful. If you're like me and you just love colour, look at that for beautiful, intense stained glass colour. You are saving £5. You are saving £5. You're actually getting 5 different fabrics in this bundle for $34.95. It's a fantastic price. Look at that beautiful purple and that pink. Now I'm just going to grab my white solid 2 metre bundle. That would look amazing together. It would lighten the whole thing. It would brighten the whole thing. That's your white solid, 2 metre bundle, remember, great price. But if you want to go with the stained glass look, add your solid black. Again, we've got a 2 metre bundle in this hour. There it is. You'll need to be quick on that though, because this is going to sell out. Okay, this would work absolutely beautifully with this. And I'm thinking quilts, wall hangings, a gorgeous runner. What about making a few bags using this? And if I was doing bags, I'd get the black and I'd get the white 2 metre, because I'd use the black for things like pocket edgings and a bit of contrast, maybe some binding, but I would use the white to make the lining. Good morning to Julie Ann. She says, good morning, Stuart and team. Looking forward to the shows today. Loving the shirt. Thank you very much. Sandra says, good morning, Bonnie Stuart. Thank you. And Mandy says, good morning to the team and everyone. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks for spending your Friday morning with us here on Sewing Street. Here's our first bundle then. It's the Dan Morris Creative Group Royale collection. I think that would look gorgeous with either a black or a white solid added in for extra impact. Now, we do have these fabrics individually. I'm going to grab the stripe first of all, because that is such a fantastic fabric. Now, the stripe is printed vertically. Let me show you. Okay, so if you were to buy, say, 1.5 meters of this, you would have like 1.5 meters long stripes that you can then cut up for things like sashing and borders or within your blocks as well. That's where I think this fabric really will earn its money. And of course, you can cut narrow bands, really narrow. You can cut multiples together. Imagine that as a border around a quilt. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Kate's messaged in, morning Stuart and team, looks like a fab lineup today, and I am loving the look of that Bauhaus shirt you have on. Kate, you're so cultured, I wouldn't have had a clue. Love that. I just bought it from John Lewis. But you know, I didn't think I was going to like it, but there was something about it that made me want to try it on. So I did, and that was it. And then they'd got 20% off. So, I mean, that's a win, right? Love a 20% off. Love a 20% off. Right, that is our first bundle. Let's have a look at another fabric. This one here. This is gorgeous. Oh gosh. Now, this one, I've only got 4.5 meters left. If you wanted to buy that for a border, I would recommend about 1.5 meters of that one. That would do a good border on quite a big quilt, 1.5 meters. That's about the right sort of size. Or if you wanted to make a fabulous shirt, about 2.5 meters. Next one, same design, but on white. And at this point, I'm going to grab the white solid again, because, you know, this is where, you know, you could actually put your own little bundle together, you know, maybe 0.5 or 1 meter of that, and your 2 meter bundle of that. And you could make some fabulous cushions or a really simple table runner. For a really gorgeous, simple table runner, all I would do is I would cut the end off basically at a 45-degree angle. So it would give you that sort of shape at the end. And then I would simply border it all round with the white, like so. Probably about a 2.5-inch strip all round. Bind it or bag it out so it had no border, no binding rather on the edge, and that would just make a really beautiful table runner. And then maybe make or buy tassels and hang tassels off the end, draping over the table. I mean, that would just look stunning. Or you could do the same thing over the end of a bed. Obviously, your width is 44 inches. So if you wanted to do this for a bed, you might end up sewing 2 half-metre lengths together end to end. So it was about 82 inches long, and then that would drape beautifully over something like a double bed. It's a way of just bringing a bit of extra colour to a room without having to go to making a quilt, or maybe in the summer you don't even use quilts on your bed. You just want to liven up the duvet. Yeah. So that's that one. I've got a couple more fabrics, and these are very, very useful, as you could use these as blender style fabrics. Start with the pinky one first of all. Then I'm going to show you some really nice solids to go with this bundle. That's lovely. And great price as well, £7.99 a half metre. It's not going to break the bank, that, is it? Yeah. It's not going to break the bank. Love. You know, the more you see, the more you look rather, the more detail you see. And these are digitally printed, which is why you can get all of those different beautiful colours. Lots and lots in baskets. I've only got 4.5 metres left of this. That would be lovely, actually, for the Chameleon top that's coming up. Imagine that, yeah. And then this one, oh, this is about to sell out. I've 1/2 metre of that one. That would go really nicely with the black. Look at that. I mean, for drama and for making the colours pop, it's such an easy way to make your colours just look brighter, more joyous. Just be careful on this black solid bundle because it is going to sell out this morning. We've got 2 metres for under £13 in a bundle. Not many left at all, low teens. Right, okay, that's about to sell out, that one. Okay, so that's the bundle, first bundle of Dan Morris. I'm just going to keep it close by because I want to show you a solids bundle which would go so beautifully with this. Or if you're not going for this bundle, but you rather like the colours, I think you'll really like this bundle. I'm just going to pop them here. Right, so in this bundle, you've got 4 half metres for £15.96 with, oh, the £2 still to come off. So £13.96, and you're getting 2 metres of fabric there. Now, within there, let me talk you through the colours. This one here is called Peacock. This one here is Navy. You've got purple and magenta. Don't they go beautifully? But equally, on their own, or maybe mix them with that white solid or that black solid. Which are you, team black solid or team white solid? I'm a bit torn, actually. They're lovely, aren't they? And you're also making that £2 saving. So don't miss out. Like I say, if you've gone for that bundle, that would just, it makes it go further, but also it gives somewhere for the eye to rest. So, for example, you might just be cutting something like a simple rectangle or square, and then just sewing a simple border around, you know, something like that. Just sewing a simple border around it to create your block, you know, short strips, long strips, and then piece those blocks together with all these different colours. I mean, that would just look amazing. And if you've got fabrics that you don't want to cut up because you love the pattern so much, then doing something like this with it, it really preserves the pattern, but it also helps you to use the fabric that you fell in love with, you know? It's okay to keep that fabric and stroke it for a while, but then it's good to use it. Now, this bundle, really popular. I've got low teens left. Check out your baskets, won't you? Remember, you're getting magenta, purple, navy, and peacock. Half a metre of each. Oh, Teddy managed to get a deal. Yay, I nabbed the early bird and added the stained glass border stripe fabric into my basket. Teddy, well done. Well done. You've got to work and relax now. You've got what you wanted. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. So many of you now watch Sewing Street before heading off to work or before starting work. I love it. You sort of get your little fix, find what you want. And then as well, I think, like whenever I order, I then, you know, it kind of just puts a spring in my step, knowing that in a few days' time, that's going to arrive and I can start thinking about how I'm going to use it. Right, that bundle is absolutely flying out. Beautiful. Right, let's do another Dan Morris. Oh, let's go with something really sort of tropical and summery, something really, you know, something refreshing. This is called Creative Oasis. And I just love that mixture of kind of sunflower yellow and that gorgeous bright orange. You've got a lovely big bundle here. It's not a massive bundle, but it's big enough that you could do a whole quilt using these fabrics. And because it's a bigger bundle, you're making a bigger saving, £6 off. Look at those. Just gorgeous. £61.92. That is for 4 meters of fabric. So very, very good deal there for beautiful, beautiful fabric. You've got a similar sort of feel in some of the fabrics. You've got those lovely kind of rondelles, those really detailed, almost sort of kaleidoscope-like images there on a tan background and on a navy. You've also got this really beautiful floral, kind of watercolour, a little bit sort of smudgy looking. The colours are soft. Little floral. I absolutely love these prints. They are just so versatile and give that real kind of like warm glow of colour. You either get that warm glow with batik fabrics or digitally printed fabrics because you've got all those different shades that create ombre. A little bit more floral there. And let me show you this fabulous stripe. Dan Morris often puts a wonderful stripe. Again, the stripe is printed vertically. Do we have any of this by the half metre? Oh, I'll show you that next because this is the one. I mean, gosh, can you imagine a strippy quilt with bands of this and then maybe half square triangles in strips or 4 patches in strips in between, wide bands of this and do a strippy quilt? Oh, here it is by the half metre. Love that. For me, that's got a bit of a New Mexico vibe. Do you know what I mean? Very nice. Some more messages. Let me see, where are they got up to? Mandy says, good morning to the team and everyone. I might have read that one already, but that's okay. Catherine says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Looking very tanned and refreshed. We are off to Ludlow soon. Love the shirt. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm very refreshed. I'm spending time in the garden as well as I'm kind of splitting my days. Studio and garden. That is win-win, isn't it? Wonderful. Lynn says, good morning, Stuart, team and Hayley West. Can barely hear you as there are workmen stripping my kitchen. So much noise, but I can watch again when they've gone. Well, tell them to shush. Do it quietly. Oh, Ian's got in touch to say, morning, morning. Your lovely brown shirt would go well with your lovely brown M&S frozen quilt. I'll explain. Enrobed with Belgian chocolate and a dollop of clotted cream. I'm launching a new quilt pattern at the end of the month, and there is one quilt in it which was inspired by raspberries and chocolate and clotted cream. And Ian and I have decided that we should make a sort of an M&S style advert about the quilt, which I rather like. Beverly's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I've completed my squares to make a quilt. Do you have a book with instructions to make a quilt as you go? Instructions. Thank you for all your help. Beverly, it's not in a book, but actually, coming up at 10 o'clock today, we've got a tools hour. Within that tools hour, I've got the instructions and the panels for my block of the month quilt. And within the instructions, there are 4 pages of quilt as you go instructions, which can be applied to any quilt that you want to do quilt as you go with. So go for those instructions. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Right. This is just lovely, absolutely beautiful. Love that. Let's do my 2 absolute favourites. These 2 here, because I'm going to do that one first. I was just about to say, Chris, I would love a shirt made in that. I mean, it's out there, but it is really gorgeous. Let me just... What would the colour suit me? Would it? All right, then I might do. I love it. If you're going for a shirt, about 2.5 metres. About 2.5 metres. That is yummy, isn't it? 849.5 metre. Gorgeous. And then this is the more orange version. It wasn't until I started giving talks and show and tells of my quilts that I realised just how much I love orange in quilt making. I had never realised that it was kind of my colour, that I love orange in quilts. It adds a lot of life, a lot of vibrancy and a lot of warmth. Fab, and only 849.5 metre. I've only got 3.5 metres of that one. So if somebody wants to make a shirt, that leaves a metre left. Right, next up, I'm going to do the all over floral. Very pretty. Now, you see, I think I would do a tote bag with this. And I would get 0.5 metre of that, and I would get 0.5 metre of the stripe. And then what I would do is I would put that band at the top for the top band of the bag, okay, like that. And then I would also get some black solid, okay, and I would put a little folded or a little pieced edge there, and possibly as well a black base. So I'll just show you. So that, and so it would, the bag would look like, can you just, thank you, Dan. Yeah, so like that, and that would be my bag. This might even be like divided pockets, and then a nice, maybe a bright orange handle or something like that. What a gorgeous bag that would make. Fab, there's only 0.5 metre of that left. There's enough for one more person to make a bag. Beautiful. Right, let's do little florals. Now, these would make a gorgeous lining for said bag. A gorgeous lining. And we always talk about having light fabric for a lining, but you see, that would be light and bright inside a bag. And then, of course, you could do a little matching purse using that and a few oddments. Lovely to get all your messages on Facebook, by the way. Keep them coming. It's wonderful to hear from you. Beck says, good morning, Stuart. I've had a wonderful week off work with a full-on sojo. I've got to do boring stuff today, though. Boo! Well, it's all about balance, Beck. Come on, you've had the good week. You've got to do the boring stuff now. You've got to just, I don't know, whistle a happy tune. That's pretty, though. I like that. And then the orange. which again, this would make a gorgeous shirt. And it's got a little bit of a 70s vibe, don't you think? I think that as a shirt has definitely got kind of, you see, that would be really nice. That would be really nice, yeah. Nice bell sleeve. No, I'm joking. But for a blouse, yeah, beautiful. Maybe the chameleon top, done in that, very nice. Just a couple more fabrics to go. I've got these two. So these are your kind of feature again. You could use these for that tote bag idea. This has got the ecru, and if you look carefully, you can see the background is almost like maybe like wood grain, like lime washed floorboard, yeah, that sort of thing. It's really nice, isn't it? Also, as well, if you like things like gorgeous covered, you can imagine covering buttons with these, what they would look like. I mean, just amazing. Or fussy cutting some of these motifs. And then the last fabric from that bundle is the same design on a navy background. So the fact that you've got some navy in there instantly makes me think about bringing something like that navy solid. If you don't want the black and that's too stark, then a bit of navy would be beautiful. Or maybe the peacock, or both, you see. Now I've got a complimentary bundle to go with this arrangement, which is right here. So in here we've got 1/2 metre of black. Oh, can we do this one? Okay, is this the complimentary bundle? This one? Okay. I'm not one to judge, Chris, but no. Chris is still learning how to put fabrics together. I think this is a lovely bundle of fabrics. Would I use these directly with this? No. Some of them, yes, absolutely. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. I think it's the green, and I know why, because we've got a little bit of green in there, but I probably wouldn't. Yeah. Well, here's the bundle. It's still a fabulous bundle, and you're saving £2. It's £13.96. You're getting emerald, you're getting sunshine, you're getting peacock, and Copen? Hawaiian blue. Well, very nice. For £13.96, well worth getting, well worth getting. I think that's lovely. Keep going through for that. Keep going through for that. Right, now then, I'm going to show you that complimentary bundle that I had, and then I'll show you some fabrics that will go rather nicely with it. Love this combo. So you're getting 1/2 metre of black, 1/2 metre of white, 1/2 metre of hot tomato, and 1/2 metre of, is that turquoise? We don't know. Jade. Nice. See that against the hot tomato, that's amazing. And £2 off as well. Thank you very much, Lee. You see, they're so useful to have in your stash. I'm going to grab my last sort of Dan Morris gorgeous. I want to show you, look, want to show you this for a second. Look at that. What a see, hot tomato, interesting story. Hot tomato is a colour we sold none, basically, of hot tomato. Right? We never sold hot tomato. It was a colour that was always overlooked. I used this for a lining for a bag I did with a panel. I think it was my socialite. bag for Festival of Quilts a few years ago, and I had it as the lining fabric, and we sold our entire stock. And I think this is the thing, we all, me included, completely overlook certain colours and even certain areas of a website, don't we? We've got our go-to favourites, like I always think, oh, plain black, plain white, a cream, something like that. And I don't know what it was, but there was something in the panel. I thought, oh, I'll just have a little look. And I saw this colour and I thought, let's try it and see if it works. Getting these fabrics home and actually just then seeing how beautiful they are, how versatile they are, the effect of putting your fabrics against them. I mean, probably quite a lot of people at home are thinking, I would never have picked those two to go together. But actually, what a stunning combination. What a fabulous mix. You know, I probably, if you'd asked me, I would have put this with something like a buttery cream. But actually, that is so much more exciting and beautiful as a combination. So sometimes you just got to have a ½ metre of this fabric at home so you can try it with your fabrics to see how it looks. £13.96 then, hot tomato, jade, white and black. £2 saving, great deal that, great deal. Right. Another beautiful Dan Morris bundle. This is rather stunning. Now, I'm going to leave that one out for a second, and I'm just going to grab our early bird, which I'm sure will have sold out. Oh, have we got a little bit of the look? Because in those kaleidoscopes, you have got every colour of the rainbow. And I just think to have that as your focus fabric, do you know what I mean? And then to bring this, I mean, there's other fabrics. I'm going to pop them down here now so you can see. Because I think, oh, look at that. How stunning. So our main graphic is for the rainbow, the Dan Morris bundle. Our main graphic will be for the, sorry. One step ahead. Right. So 42.45 is for your Dan Morris bundle. You're getting a £5 saving. And then we'll put the rainbow bundle in as a side graphic, perhaps. That's it. So here's your rainbow bundle. You're getting this gorgeous kaleidoscope in two colours. You get that on a black background as well. Okay. You're also getting your purple. This is almost like, have you ever done where you put like washing up liquid and paint together in the water and then blow bubbles with a straw? We used to do that with the kids at school. It's great fun. That's what that reminds me of. And then you've got this gorgeous fabric here as well. So you're getting those 5 fabrics together for £37.45. I think they're stunning. But my top tip here would be to get the rainbow bundle at early bird, because combining those with those and maybe some fabrics from your stash, what a fabulous quilt that could be. And I would go full on rainbow. You know, you could sew 1.5-inch strips of these fabrics together and then cut it into a 1.5-inch strip and use that maybe with black or white strips in between as a border either side of any of these, and that would just look stunning. I've only got 4 of this bundle left. I'm going to show you them individually now. Let's start with this one. Again, you might just get that fabric to go with your early bird bundle. Or if you'd gone for the black and the white, oh, you see, that would be happy post, wouldn't it? Very nice, very nice. I've got about 10 metres of this one left. Just about 10 metres left. Stunning, isn't it? Same fabric, but in a white background. And also, I don't know if you can see, but it's got like a little silvery grey swirl in the background. Isn't that cute? Really lovely. Again, by the half metre, cut to order. So if you want 2.5 metres, 5 units, and that's that. Right, next I've got the circles on a black background. Love that. Just show you the sort of scale. If I pop my hands there, that's the scale. They just look like they're illuminated, don't they? They're so vibrant. Amazing. The colours really pop. I've also got that same print on a white background. Gorgeous. It's pretty. It's really pretty. Again, for a lining of a bag, stunning. Or a lining of a shacket. Just to let you know, this one is only available in the bundle. We don't have that by the half metre. We'll show you the bundle one last time. 5 half metres, 37.45. You are making a £5 saving. Gorgeous. Keep getting your messages in, won't you? Good to hear from you. Now, I want to just mention the black and white special bundles again. This was a little extra we decided to add in because with all this gorgeous colour, a bit of neutral is so important. We'll start with the black. Now, I've only got 8 of these bundles left. Now, what you're getting here are 2 metres in one piece, a 2 metre bundle of 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble cotton fabric in black. You're saving £3, £12.96 is a bonkers price for a 2 metre bundle. It's brilliant. And it's such a useful neutral to have in your stash. 15 of you have it in your basket, 16 now, but I only have 8 bundles left. Now remember, it doesn't matter how many times you check out. You'll only pay 1 postage, so don't worry if you're waiting until later to check out because you want to buy something else. 6 bundles left now, because you might miss out on that something. You might miss out on this. If you wait till later, you definitely miss out on this because it's about to sell out. You can check out 1 P&P, £4.95 all day. Just combine your orders. I've got 4 bundles left. This is about to sell out. I mean, it's a really good black as well. Black fabrics like navy and can be very variable, can't they? You know, you think, oh, I've got a black top, I'll buy a black skirt to go with that. And then you try and find the same black and you think, why aren't they all the same? But they're not. But this is a really good, intense, dark, I mean, absolute colours look so beautiful against it. I mean, do you see? Everything is twice as bright. It's just gorgeous. It also really helps to make your precious special fabrics go further. Last couple of chances. Right, the other special bundle that we did today is 2 meters of white. Now, it'll come as no surprise to you that when I buy white fabric or black fabric, I buy a bolt at a time because I get through so much. I cannot recommend to anyone to buy less than 2 meters of a neutral that you know you're going to use often, because if you've got it, you will use it. The thing that might well be holding you back using your scraps at home and your fabrics you already have is because you haven't got something that will make them all work together. A white neutral or a black neutral can be absolutely key in making everything work. They just pull colours together. And this is so useful. You can draw on it, you can dye it, you can paint it. Lovely as a base for embroidery, tie-dyeing. Gorgeous, love it. And the quality of our cotton is fantastic. It is beautiful quality. You know that I have designed a number of quilts that solely use our solids because I love to showcase just how beautiful they are. And they are some of my most popular quilts that I've ever designed and some of my own personal favourites as well. Our solids really do have fabulous impact. Any of the black left, Chris? Oh, 2 of these left. 17 in baskets. Come on, 2 of you can be winners. Now you're all winners, but you know what I mean. Don't miss out. Right. We've been today, okay, today we've been chic. Do we want to see a brown table? Hello? We've been chic. Now it's time to get shabby. We've got Dan Morris, shabby chic fabric. And this is sewing themed. This is so lovely. If you wanted to do a bit of a sewing room makeover, or actually, how pretty, excuse me, how pretty would this be for a bedroom, for a quilt, or beautiful, you know, and I'd want to use some lace and some mother of pearl buttons and maybe a little bit of rickrack or something like that, a little bit of trim or ribbon. I mean, just really, really pretty. You've got 10 different fabrics here. You're going to make a saving. $7.99 off, $71.91. Now that is for 5 meters of fabric. Fantastic value, absolutely fantastic. And you've got some really pretty fabrics in there too. That gorgeous roses. These tonals are gorgeous, aren't they? You're paying less than $14.50 a metre for premium quality cotton quilting fabrics. Little cotton reels there, sewing machines. Love that fabric with the little, it's almost like a wallpaper stripe, isn't it? Or a ticking stripe. Ever so pretty. I'm just checking because this has got 2 fabrics the same and that can't be right. Might just have to check the bundle breakdown. Yeah, there's something missing. Yes. Right, let's just have a little look. Can you see bottom left? It's like almost like a soft cranberry. That's it. Thanks, Dan. You're a star. Bottom left, that fabric is missing from the bundle. That's lovely. That fabric there is not individual. It is not available on its own. That cranberry one. That is a lovely. Now they've only got 5 of that bundle left. 3 in baskets. Do you know? I would say with this one, I would put a lovely crisp white. I do like ivory, I like cream, I like ecru, but for something like this, and for shabby chic, a crisp white is definitely the colour to go for. Because if you have like a shabby chic bedroom, you'd probably have like white painted furniture or like white pottery or something like that in the room, a lampshade. I'm going to do a few of these individually. I'm going to grab this one first of all because this would be definitely a fabric you might consider for the binding of your quilt or sashing. You know, you think about putting that around your blocks. And it could be, you know, that you have maybe a heart shape, a white background. Told you where I'm going with this now. So you could have that white background. And then what you could do is applique like hearts. I'm just kind of mocking this up here for a second. Imagine like a little appliqued heart in the centre of your block with your border, and then use all your different fabrics. Just a simple appliqued heart, blanket stitch by machine or by hand, bonder web, you know, on a plain white background. Do that with all the different fabrics. mean, how pretty would that be? So what I would go for there is I'd get the bundle, okay? I'd get at least one of the bundles of white, so 2 meters would probably be enough. But if you want to do a big quilt, you might get 2 bundles, get 4 meters. And then I would suggest you get about 1.5 meters to 2 meters of this for your sashings and potentially your binding as well. But that would look absolutely stunning. Let's do the roses next. Because you can't do shabby chic without roses, can you? It's the law. I've only got 2.5 meters of this one. It's got that lovely multi-layered background. Oh, nice message from Princess. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Good morning. Thank you for saving me one of your Block of the Month panel. You're welcome. I just got mine. Oh, well done. Well done. You got May. Did you get the summer wreath? Princess also says, I am loving that quilt behind you. This is, oh, it's flying out. This is called Versaille. It's a brand new quilt from Riley Blake. It's using Sandy Gervais fabric and it's made from squares and rectangles. That's it. Hayley, our Hayley West, is going to be showing us how to make this quilt at 11 o'clock. It is gorgeous. Again, it's got a little bit of a shabby chic look, hasn't it? Definitely. Beautiful. This is about to sell out. It's about to sell out. I've got 1 meter left, that's all. Right, next up, cotton reels with a peachy pink background. Now, I'm going to be very, very obvious and suggest something like a sewing bag or a project wallet made with this and maybe some vinyl. Cute, really cute. You could line a box or a basket with this. That would be lovely. Loads of that one in baskets. It's a pretty fabric. And do you know the other thing I think with something like this? You've got all these gorgeous, pretty colours in the cotton reels. I would be looking for solids, tone on tones, maybe Liberty, anything you've got in those soft shades, and you could put that all together. Yum. I've also got that fabric with a soft green background. It's really gentle, but only just 0.5 meter. 0.5 meter and 3 in baskets. I'd split it into 3 bits if I could, but I simply can't. Now, let's do these two. I think they're lovely. I'm going to do the green first. So this has got things like dressmaking mannequins and scissors, safety pins, tape measures, labels. I love these sorts of fabrics. It's quite Tim Holtz, isn't it? But soft, lovely soft palette. I think something like a folder to keep your dressmaking patterns in. If you're a fan of Hayley West and you're collecting all of her dressmaking patterns, you could create a special folder to keep them all in and cover it with this. Hayley is becoming one of our best-selling dressmaking designers here now at SewingStreet. So cool, so cool, love it. Let's do it now in this gorgeous coral. Love all the tonal variations in that. Oh, bless you, Christy. She's very distracted by the builders. Oh, the scaffolders are here now, so she's finding it very hard to concentrate. Love. I know, I'd like a new kitchen, but I can't bear the thought of the disruption. I just, you know, I can't bear the thought. That's lush. This is the one that you've got to put some pretty lace around, isn't it? And some little mother of pearl buttons. Can you imagine doing something like a covered box with this? Pin flare is in tomorrow. So, oh, Julie, Julie. Julie had to go to the hospital yesterday. She says, thanks for your well wishes yesterday. I got the all clear at the hospital. Oh, that's made me teary. That's wonderful news, Julie. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Oh. Isn't it lovely when you get a bit of good news? There's so many troubling things going on in the world right now. You know, Christine's got the scaffolders banging and clattering, you know, but it's lovely when there's a bit of something lovely going on. Loads in baskets. It's got that gorgeous soft grey in the background. Again, that soft grey, that white, it's even got that bit of lace, hasn't it? These are all pretty shabby chic motifs. And then, oh my goodness, I can't believe we've got any of this one left, have we? That's gone. I knew it. I knew it. I've got one last complimentary solids bundle, and this is shabby chic. You've got a gorgeous soft pink. You've got a white, 1/2 metre. You've got a soft grey, absolutely key to shabby chic, and this really soft apple green. Isn't that gorgeous? You did brilliantly with this one, Chris. It was literally one fabric that was wrong. I'll never hear the last of it. Beautiful, beautiful. It's been a lovely first hour, but we must go to break. When we come back, oh my goodness, it's gonna be wild. You are already checking out in your droves for the Chameleon top. We've got the Chameleon herself after the break. Hayley West, see you after this.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app. Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
It's always an exciting day when Hayley West is here, but we're super excited. 3 hours with Hayley. Hey!
Hey, I did apologise when I realised I was the only guest here today. You've got me all morning.
Love that.
Oh, bless
Don't
you.
apologise. Don't apologise. My
Morning.
goodness. The Chameleon top. This is brand new. I'm going to start with a stock warning. Well over 30%, close to 40% of the stock has been checked out. We are fast approaching 50% of the stock already sold out. I did tell you right at the very start of the morning, we haven't got as many of these patterns as we would have liked, especially as it's brand new, especially as it offers such incredible value. This is, look, let me just show you the variations. This is all from one pattern. Look at the different sleeve options. It is so versatile. Hayley, what a concept.
Well, it's one of those things. I always want more bang for my buck in life in general.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm getting value for money every single time I'm spending those hard-earned pennies. And that's what I wanted with this top. And it's nice to get a top that you like and that suits you. And then it's kind of, you adapt it to different occasions, different fabrics sometimes, because some of the styles will look good in some fabrics, not so in others. So it gives you lots of different options.
It's absolutely fantastic. We've even got I'm not sure which sleeve I want today, so I'm going to put two on one outfit.
It's a bit of a Frankenstein, this
What's
one,
you
isn't it?
there?
So this is to illustrate kind of some of the different styles. So Stuart's got the kind of like sleeveless, or it's like a little capped version that's on the mannequin. So
this is perfect summer though, if you don't want to, you're wearing a jacket and you don't want sleeves as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And that is originally a fabric that I bought from SewingStreet. It's no longer in stock, unfortunately, but you might have some in your stash. So that's the core element. Dip down a little bit at the back to cover up those areas that we like to cover. But again, if you want, adapt it. I am all for adapting patterns to what you want. I give you kind of like the core, the bones, if you will, and then you make it into whatever you want to. So that's the kind of the core of it, that sleeveless version. Then you've got the options of different sleeves. So you've got either the sleeve that I've got, which is probably the most complex, but I'll explain to you how you're going to do that
Turn over a tiny
today.
bit more, just so we can see right from the cut. No, the other way. Sorry.
That way?
Yeah.
There you go.
Just so we can see.
I'll just stand like that for a minute.
So you've got
shall I?
that gorgeous cuff,
So-
and then you've got it gathered into the sleeve.
Yeah, somebody said that is it like a bishop sleeve, but I thought a bishop sleeve went from the shoulder. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, it's kind of got the cuff, it's got that gathering area, and then it's more fitted at the top, but not tightly
Really
fitted.
love that.
Then you've got this is my classic. You'll see this so often because I just love this style. That lovely kind of like drapey, almost like a trumpet end to a sleeve.
Very nice.
Which is very, very flattering. And then on the other side, you've got more of an angel sleeve, which is the one that we've got on the other mannequin behind me. So you've got all these different options. You can also do this version without the kind of the puffy bit if you're wanting to.
Oh, so you can do like a short sleeve?
Like a short sleeve,
Oh,
just use the top
gorgeous,
part.
yeah.
Makes it into what I kind of feel is more like a, what should I say, an elegant T-shirt kind
Just
of
thinking
top.
smart T-shirt,
Yes,
yeah. Very
that,
nice.
That was the kind of the ethos behind it.
Oh, can I just I need to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Right, so when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 50 patterns left. Sorry.
No. Oh my goodness, thank you so. You never know whether people are going to be kind of open to a pattern when you make it. It's a very personal thing when you come up with any design, I think, Stuart, isn't it? You just never really know. You
I
always
totally agree.
doubt yourself.
I totally agree. But what you've done in this pattern is to say, this might be your signature style, perfect for you, great. This might be not your personal style. That's okay. We've got angel sleeves, we've got trumpet sleeves, we've got a long sleeve, we've got the bishop sleeve, we've got a short sleeve. All of that in one pattern. I've got oh my goodness. It's not enough, Hayley.
Oh, sorry.
It's not enough.
Sorry.
I think we should just be quiet for
Okay.
just while you check out.
Am I causing trouble again? Sorry.
Janet's message, Jen. Love your patterns, Hayley, and nice it's beginner friendly. That's from Jan.
Ah, in the Midlands. Hiya, Jan.
Super beginner friendly. No fastenings.
You've got buttonholes on the cuffs. I'm not a massive fan of buttonholes. But because, and this is going to look a bit odd,
Go on.
I've only got quite small hands and small wrists. So what I've done is I've done like a faux cuff.
Yep.
So I've actually just stitched the buttons in. I haven't put any buttonholes in there. And I can kind of slide this in and out because I find a lot of my tops, I don't even undo the buttons that are on the cuffs. So if you can do that, then you don't need to kind of put the buttonholes in place. That's as complex as it gets.
Hayley, if you left the cuff off, could you do a little channel and elasticate?
Well, there's another version. And that's
'Cause
what
I'm
it's all
always
about.
pushing.
That's what it's all about. Elongating that sleeve if you want that more gathered, more fuller feel without the trumpet kind of look to it. You creating it and designing it in a way that gets you thinking about what you've seen or what you like or what suits your body shape, and then away you go.
I also love, Hayley, the swish. It's got a lovely swish
Especially this
and
fabric.
a kind of skim.
It doesn't cling. I mean, it's very generous with the sizing, but it's not overly baggy, if that makes sense. So it fits where it needs to, but then skims over those other areas.
Well, do you know, I think arms are what, arms are wonderful things.
Yeah. We need them.
Wonderful
Yeah.
things. But they're probably one of the bits of our bodies that most of us have got a little self-consciousness
Yes.
about, or we love or we hate
Absolutely, yeah.
and so do you know what I mean? So to have the sleeve is the bit that you can change,
Yes.
I think is so clever.
Oh, thank you.
And it isn't it though? It makes it kind of everyday or really posh, dressy or casual.
Yeah, and it's all about all those fabrics because we all buy fabrics that we fall in love with because they're gorgeous fabrics, but we don't always have the project for them at the time of buying the fabric, if that makes sense. And hopefully this is one of those garments that you look at and think, right, I've got the perfect fabric, I've got some gorgeous ones today, but mix it up.
Mix it up.
Do a plain body with a lace sleeve maybe, all sorts of different variations.
Hello. Oh, yeah.
Because you could literally make this, if you're quite modest, if you like lacy fabric, but
Yeah.
you're quite modest and you don't want it in the body part, so
Yeah.
you could basically do this maybe, I don't know, in any of the fabrics, like this particular one. And then the actual sleeve part, that bit in the middle, maybe make that as almost like a lacy panel. And then put the normal
gorgeous
cuff on the end. So mix it up.
That's such a gorgeous idea. Right, I'm I'm going to be absolutely honest with you now. We've got 60 of you with it in your basket. And this is not when you've all checked out. I've got 33 patterns left. That is it. 33 patterns left. And there are 60 of you with it in your basket.
I'm having Shacket deja vu.
Yes.
It's a bit like that one, yeah.
Exactly, exactly. I've got 25 patterns left. 57. So, okay, well done, those people that have checked out. I've got 20 patterns. Oh, I've got 19 patterns left. 18 patterns left. I'm just going to wait for you to check out now. 14 left.
This is going to be a record.
13 left.
Wow.
12. In 8 minutes, Hayley. In 8 minutes. I've got single figures left.
I'm so grateful, but at the same time, so apologetic. Sorry. Sorry if you, well, potentially going to miss out, but yeah.
5 patterns left. 4. Check out. Oh, it's gone. Sell out. I'm coming over for a hug.
Oh, bless you.
Done.
You said that they'd like it. Thank you.
I knew.
Oh,
I knew.
thank you so much.
versatile.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
Right, now I'm going to ask you a question that you may be less
might cry.
comfortable with.
Oh, gosh.
Can you go off and make a phone call, please, while I go through
I can
some
do, yeah. Do you want me to
fabrics?
go and do that?
Would you mind? Could you leave the studio immediately?
Being banished.
And
Get
could
out of
you-
my pub.
Get out of my studio.
I'll be back in a bit.
You can't bar me. You ain't my mum. We'll see. We'll try. We'll try. Oh, one pattern's bounced back. Quick, everyone. No, it's gone now. Well done. Right, let's do the gorgeous red that Hayley's wearing. Oh, absolutely yummy. Oh, stop it. This is not $12.99 for 2.5 meters. Chris, is this $12.99 for 2.5 meters? This is Italian stretch crepe. Wow. So this is going to make your largest size. That's incredible. Is that right, Chris? $12.99 for 2.5 meters. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Beautiful. The colour is stunning. I have got one bundle left. It's gone. It's gone. Beautiful. Now, I've got that same fabric in the most beautiful blush. This is such a flattering colour. I think this works with any and every skin tone. How pretty. That is lovely. And just drapeable, skimmy, light, breathable. It's really lovely. And again, $12.99 for 2.5 meters. Chris, can you do the maths for me, please? How much per meter? Incredible. I've got 9 of these bundles left. It's flying out. So £5.20 per metre. That's wild. 3 bundles left. Hannah, I'm going to have to ask you to take these 2 bundles away, please. Last bundle available. Thank you, Hannah. Now, are you ready for something gorgeous? Even more gorgeous, I think. Now, this, Hayley's actually made a top in. That's the one with the angel sleeves. That is gorgeous. That's got real impact. And also as well, wear that with something like a tan trouser or a white or a black or a skirt, just however you want it, with leggings, with shorts. You know, it's really versatile. Oh, that's sold out as well. I'm starting to get a little feeling of deja vu. I watched our wonderful John Scott's fabric launch and I saw everything sell out in the first minute. I feel like that today. Let's go for something really, really special. I think this is absolutely stunning. The colours in this print, just beautiful. This is £17.99. That should be the price per metre, right? Come on. This is for 2.5 metres, £17.99. Now, I'm just going to open this out so you get, I mean, the drape on this is phenomenal. It is beautiful. That is lush. That is lush. I think it's beautiful. This is really giving me like Italian kind of coastal Riviera. You might be going to the English Riviera, Torquay. You might be going shopping. That is going to look the business, isn't it? What kind of sleeve would you do? I think I would do the trumpet sleeve or the bishop sleeve that Hayley was wearing. But I mean, like this. And if you wore it then with like a plain navy jacket, something like that, just sleeveless. It's way oversubscribed. It's way oversubscribed. There's nearly 30 of you with it in your basket. I have got 15 bundles left. The value is amazing. You're getting 2.5 metres, by the way. I'm going to show you what that 2.5 metres looks like because depending on the size, I mean, look at how wide that is for a start. And this is your 2.5 metres. Now I'm thinking, depending on the size you're making, you might be able to get a dress out of that 2.5 metres. So it's incredibly well priced, £17.99. If you're going on a cruise or a holiday or something like that, and you want a versatile top that you can wear with so many different colours, you've got that gorgeous soft lilac in there, and that deeper rose pink, that golden saffron, even that little touch of green as well. Bring that out in your accessories, the khaki as well. Now, I'm literally down to my last 5 bundles. 18 of you, 19 now with that in your basket. I've got 5 left. There's a little bit of black in there as well. Isn't it cooler when you've got this versatility in a fabric that you can team it with basically all your jewellery, all your accessories, all of your shoes, they'll all go. 2 bundles left. Oh, 1 bundle. Okay, that's gone. All right, Hannah. Right, next up, I'm going to show you both of these because either or both. Because again, just incredibly versatile. I'm going to do this one first, which is our gorgeous silvery charcoal and black and like a really soft silver arty spots. Arty spots. £17.99. This is a viscose Ponte Roma. Again, now, you have got 2-way stretch. So it's just going to drape beautifully. It's not going to be like a stretchy, difficult fabric at all. Very easy to work with. This is going to be beautiful.
It's got to be drape and stretch
Yeah.
and everything that you want.
Yeah, everything. Turn your mic off.
Oh.
Absolutely gorgeous, that. £17.99 again, which means our per metre price is, I don't know the maths, but it's bonkers. That's what it is. It's a for nothing almost. Beautiful. I've got 360 a half metre.
Wow.
So 720? 720 a metre.
For that quality. Beautiful.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's so
Wow.
good. We used to say, quite rightly, you know, it's not worth dressmaking because by the time you bought your fabric, it's so... Well, it's not true anymore because you're making quality, aren't you? You're getting quality fabric. You're doing quality sewing with a style that suits you, flatters you, that you feel amazing in. That is going to look
And I
awesome.
love the colour combination because we've all got a pair of black trousers, we've all got taupe trousers, we've all got white or cream, and that's going to work with any of those.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What kind of jewellery would you put with this? Would you use gold, silver?
I'm more of a silver girl.
Lovely.
I must admit.
Lovely.
Yeah, do like silver.
Very nice. I've got 3 bundles left. Do you see the empty desk since you've come back? Yes.
I hope
Yes.
I've come back with good news.
Still working on it.
Oh, okay.
We're still working on it. I'll let you know as soon as we can. Right, last couple of bundles left. Ooh, now then. Now, you definitely want to crack out the gold jewellery with this.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's lush. That's lush. You've still got that silvery grey and the black, but then you've got this beautiful, warm, rich, gold-ish.
Yeah.
But it's like a sort of khaki gold.
Nice. If you've got anything chocolate brown trousers or skirt or something, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, now you're talking. Just show you, look at that. How, that is fab.
Gorgeous.
That is fab, isn't it?
It's nice as well if you like white, but I've got 2 dogs and I'm messy, so I can't wear white.
Okay.
But it's got that little injection of white in there to lighten it up, hasn't it?
Can I ask, I mean, obviously we are all over getting more of the chameleon top, but if anyone's got your wonky top pattern,
That
would
would,
this
yeah. Can I have
fabric
a-
be
can I
suitable?
come and have a feel, if you don't mind?
Of course you can, of course you can.
Oh, yes, that'd be perfect. And it's not too heavy as well, because
No.
from over there, I wasn't too sure how heavy it was, but this would be lovely
Yeah.
for going through the seasons,
Yeah.
even into winter.
Yeah, it is, it's fabulous.
It's gorgeous, isn't
Loads
it?
in baskets
Nice.
of that one
Like
too.
it. Nice.
Yeah, very, very nice. I'll pop that to one side. I've got 2 more fabrics, and then we'll see where we're at with the chameleon top pattern. Now then, this is broderie anglais, but with colour. There is so much broderie anglais about right now. It is so on trend. So,
I'm feeling a floaty sleeve.
you're not kidding. The angel
Yeah,
sleeve?
angel sleeve, yeah. Because you could pick out any of those as a solid body colour, couldn't you? And then,
Good.
or you'd make several of them, to be fair.
Or could you do a binding around the edge of the sleeve?
Absolutely, yeah. yeah.
Bind it, so
Yeah,
just
it's
you
not
pick
too
out
heavy in
colour.
embroidery on there, so I think
No.
you'd be okay.
Oh, it's lovely. And as well, it is, now, full transparency here. Obviously, you've got those little holes, yeah? So they are little holes, okay? So if you wanted to, you could pop a little camisole underneath,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
yes.
But
I don't think it's, they're tiny, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think the largest is probably what, gosh, probably half of a 5p piece. They're tiny.
yeah, they are tiny. Well, to be fair, like last year, there was a lot of broderie anglais men's shirts about, and I bought
Okay.
quite a few,
Yeah.
you know. And I started off wearing a t-shirt, and I thought, well, I don't know. And I got rid of the shirt. Yeah, it looks great.
No, that's
Love them.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely fabric. Always washes beautifully. Always looks pristine after it's been laundered.
It's really- that's really
And it's nice
pretty.
to work with as well because of that kind of cotton base with it.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's crisp, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I think it's really pretty. It's a bit different, isn't it? Very nice. So that's our broderie anglais. And then we have got this is a really, really special fabric. And you won't really see it until you get really sort of close up, because this is a floral print, okay, but it is also a broderie anglais, because look, it has got that stitching and cutaway detail.
So
Can
pretty.
you see? Isn't that gorgeous? It's a little bit more expensive, this one, but I think you can see why. You've got that beautiful print and you've got that fabulous broderie anglais as well. And the fresh mint colours.
It's gorgeous,
Stunning, isn't it?
Nice one, because I know it sounds a bit daft, but the holes in there, I should imagine that's quite cooling as well.
They are.
On a
really
hot
cooling
day.
stuff. Like the shirts that I've got,
Yeah.
they're so cool.
Yes,
You actually
yeah.
do feel that breeze. Yum. Gorgeous. So, Chris, we're still working on it. We don't know. We don't know. Is it a bit touch and go, Chris? Okay. Okay. We're trying our best, everyone. We're trying our best. Okay. Yes. Sorry to nag.
Demo-wise, what I have got, I've got some kind of hints and tips on dressmaking in general, if that's any help.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Let's go for the chameleon top. Yeah, let's. Fiona's message say, "Well done, Hayley. You've knocked it out of the park again." Oh, and morning, Stuart. Good morning.
Oh, thank you.
Hillary's messaging as well. She's loving the quilt and loves a bit of slow stitching. I love it too. Oh, go on.
Oh.
We're on tenterhooks. We're bated breath. Let's see Chris on tenterhooks. Look. You can see the beads of sweat running down Chris's face.
It's like got all the screens going, hasn't he, there? It's like mission
look.
control.
Oh, we have...
Yes! I was going to say, it's like refreshing. You know when you keep pressing that button because you want it to change on the screen? He's
now,
there doing
Chris, is that the same product code as before? Right, OK. So if it was in your basket, if the pattern was in your basket, will it still be there? No. Right. Oh, look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Already?
Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, right. So, yes, we have got some stock of the chameleon. Oh, not as much as we had before. And we didn't think that was enough, and it wasn't. So we have got some more. $19.99. You get sizes 6 to 26. You get 5 different styles. However, we've already talked about at least a couple more. Elasticating these. You can leave off the cuff and elasticate. You can leave off the lower part of the sleeve and have a short sleeve. You could even elasticate that. Third of the new stock's gone already. This one and this one, I think, are my absolute favourite. No, I love... Yeah.
Depends on the fabric.
All
though.
of them. It does.
It does depend on the fabric, definitely.
It does.
And what you do with the fabric. I mean, imagine embroidering your fabric before you even start.
I know. Julie's having a good day. She says, phew, got mine.
Oh,
Phew.
enjoy, Julie. Enjoy it.
Double figures left. Double figures left already. You must be thrilled, Hayley.
I am. I've kind of got the collywobbles as well because it's like, you never know. I said this earlier on. You just never know. I love it. I love the concept, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys will. I mean, I kind of made it out of purely selfish needs, so I've got a top with interchangeable sleeves.
What was your motivation then? Why did you design this chameleon top?
Because it's one of those that I love a capsule wardrobe. I love having a pattern that you come across that does everything that you want. You can make up quickly. You can make up in multiple fabrics. It's not overcomplicated, but then you can get lots of different looks. Because when I go away, I don't like to have like dragging a suitcase with loads and loads in there.
Right.
Just a few outfits that I know are fitting and they're going to complement the fabrics that I've chosen. And that's kind of where it came from. And just the fact that there's been times when I've not had money. There's times when I'm fortunate that I'm okay now. But it's one of those situations. I always want value for money. And that's what I will always try and bring you with your patterns. So, yeah, I think of myself in your shoes. What would I want from a pattern?
Sure.
How much would I be willing to pay for a pattern of that kind of content? And that's where it all comes from, giving you value for money.
Yeah. It's fantastic, and you've absolutely knocked it out of the park. Teresa from Lincolnshire's got in touch to say, whoop, got mine, love number 2.
Oh, we should have done a poll, shouldn't we?
Look,
oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's still time.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I do like a
Gorgeous.
float. That's the one, yeah. So anybody that's just joined in and thinks I've gone a bit bonkers with the top by the side of me, that's showing off so that's showing off number 2. I'm going to just hop to the other side. I know I'm off camera at the moment, but you can see that's that floaty.
That's
the floaty
gorgeous.
sleeve, which is
number 2.
Very, very complimentary. It makes you feel, you know when you put something on and you feel totally different? There was an actress that once said when she's building a new character, she starts with the shoes. Because the shoes make you feel totally different. And that's kind of one of those sleeves that makes you feel different. This one is one that I tend to have more in the autumn, cooler weather, things like that, more of that kind of floaty, where you've almost got that trumpet extension on the bottom.
Is that number 4?
So that's number 4. That's another one that you said that you liked. Again, I could imagine a bit of embroidery, a bit of braid, maybe even, if it's going to a festival, a bit of pom-pom trim.
Love it.
Love a pom-pom trim.
Yeah, I love a pom-pom trim.
And then I've got a version number, it's number 3 and number 5, because what I've actually got is a 2-part sleeve or 3-part if you count the cuff as well. So we've kind of got a slender part at the top, which isn't too slender. It's not too constricted.
No, it's not tight.
Yeah, you've got kind of like a nice kind of movement with it. But what you've also got there is that floatiness here, but it's not too wafty because the cuff brings it back in again. And then the other version, version number 5, is without that kind of floaty bit in the middle. So it's just the top bit there, which you could make a little bit longer if you're wanting to cover more down towards your elbow. You could extend it slightly, just put a little kind of cuff on there or a little bit of binding on the edge. But that kind of almost makes it into a kind of elegant T-shirt type top without all the kind of the ribbing and everything like that. But I know you'll be looking at this and you'll think of different variations, because I had to stop myself, because at one point I was going to put like a little kind of tie on it as well, put like a little notch in there that you could do a little tie with, which again you could do. It's a nice open neck, so you can put it on. There's no fastenings or anything like that. Yeah. But obviously, if you wanted to add to it, put a collar on it, change the neckline. The basics
even just like a little slash down there with a little facing.
Yeah. Because sometimes people put, and this is the other thing, do I make it V-neck, do I make it rounded neck? And it's kind of sitting between the two. It's not too high, but it's not too low.
Judith's messaged in with a perfectly timed, Judith, thank you. Absolutely love Hayley's pattern. Well done on the sellout. Would you be able to adjust the neckline to make it slightly lower, please? Nothing daring. Oh, Judith, we love a bit of daring as well.
Absolutely. If you've got it, flaunt it, definitely. Yes, you could do. In the classes that I'm teaching at the moment, a lot of people are changing necklines, because it's exactly that. You get a nice garment and you change the neckline. So what I would often do is I would trace the neckline that you want. So you've got, I haven't got the pattern piece out, but you've got kind of like your facing that you would usually have. So I usually do it from the facing rather than the actual front of the garment. So kind of draw out the neckline that you would like on a piece of interfacing, so iron-on interfacing, using the original neck facing, so you've got that kind of top edge.
Yes.
Where you've got your points, your connection points, because those are the important bits, the connection points where it's going to meet up with the other pieces. And then you kind of draft out the shape and then cut it out, try it against you. If you're happy with that, sit it on your shoulders if you like the drape of it. And then you can actually iron it onto the back of your top if you wanted, or stitch it onto the top, the neckline. Maybe not iron it on, stitch it on that neckline that you created and then turn it through. And perhaps you trim it away, but if you've cut your neckline to this shape, you'd need to cut it away. But you can kind of adapt it on your pattern, if that makes sense, so you're not wasting that fabric in the neckline. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It makes perfect sense. I tell you what, though, I've got 25 patterns left. We definitely can't get any more, can we, when these are gone? That's it. No, that's it. That's it.
I've pushed it to the limit.
I know.
Already.
Well, you absolutely have. You absolutely have.
I have pushed it.
I will tell you, Hayley's almost doubled the total amount with the extras, but I've only got about 15 left now. Okay. Keep going through for that. Please don't be distracted by the demonstration now, because you need the pattern. Hayley.
Okie doke. So I wanted to try to take things back to basics, and some things that don't always get covered with demonstrations, because we don't always have the time, is kind of fabric preparation to get you going with your garment. And some of the fabrics that we've had today, and I've bought in the past, sometimes have a bit of a raw edge to them that can start to fray, because if we're thinking about pre-washing fabrics and that goes into the washing machine, then you're going to lose a lot of your fabric in the process. So when you get your fabrics home, if you're not using them straight away and you're going to be pre-washing them, my suggestion is to overcast or overlock the edge to keep it together. So very quickly, I'm just going to overlock part of this because I know we're up against it time-wise, and I want to get onto the sleeve. But by overlocking it, what you're doing is you're preserving the fabric that you've got there. And this works with silky fabrics, organza fabrics, anything at all like that. And it's going to trim off, you can see it's trimming off that kind of ugly edge, as I would call it, and it's keeping the rest of the fabric pristine.
Nice.
So even if I'm not ready to start making that garment straight away, I know I'm not going to lose any more of that fabric before I'm ready to start cutting out my pattern pieces. And there you go, I've just run through a single layer there, just to overlock that edge, and that keeps it nice and neat. So that can go into my stash now, and I know it's going to be perfect when I'm ready to use it. And I have actually used the overlocker a lot in the construction of this version as well. So yes, you can use it for, it's not just about stretch fabrics.
No. Laurie's got the pattern. She says, hooray. Liz says, perfect pattern, all occasions covered. I got mine first thing.
Well done.
Laurie also says, morning, Stuart and Hayley, the pattern is great as it's all the choices, as are all the choices of fabrics. A lovely start to my day.
We've had some gorgeous fabrics today, haven't we?
Yeah,
Gorgeous
fabulous.
fabrics.
That is the Husqvarna overlocker, by the way, £399. Hayley's going to show it to us later at 12 o'clock, but if you want to jump ahead, this is the one where you open both sides of the front. It opens out.
Shall I show you very quickly?
Yes, please.
Very
and then
easy
it's so
access.
easy to thread.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just kind of making a mess here. So you've got a little plastic thread catcher. So it's not a little bag, a proper plastic thread catcher. And then what happens is, let me get it into position so you can see, you've got a little lever just to the side here. So this little lever, I'm going to turn it off, as you should always turn it off, but there is a safety feature that once the front is open, it won't operate anyway, but I will turn it off. You move that lever, and it will open up the front. So I'm going to slide the front, sorry I'm doing it back to front, slide the front out and that drops down. Now, am I going to apologise? No, I'm not. This is my personal overlocker.
Yeah.
And it's a bit messy.
And it gets loved and used.
There's a bit of thread in there, I'm not going to lie. I did tidy it up, but there's still a bit of thread. Now, this catch here, this is the game changer. This will allow you to open up, access all areas.
Brilliant.
So my previous overlocker, which I've made no bones about, I had a love-hate relationship with it. I didn't always like it because I was finding was that part was fixed. So when it came to the upper and lower loopers, you can see where it kind of tucks in there. You can't access it very easily. And when you're threading, that is a really, really tricky situation. But this model means that you can literally open the front up. And my original overlocker, I'm doing it upside down.
You're pushing it up,
there we go. My original overlocker, which I paid over £1,000 for,
right.
I don't use.
No.
Because of that simple feature making it. And now I love my overlocker. I use it on any situation that I possibly can, not just for stretch fabrics, but also garment making with the straight seams.
And if you're getting into dressmaking, an overlocker is your next logical step, isn't it?
It is. I've actually, because I teach at a local college, and we've had to put in our funding requests for 2027, or academic year 2026, and I've actually requested these for my students.
Says it all, that says it all. Let me just see where we're at with the pattern, the brand new pattern, the Chameleon top. Do we have any left? Okay, I can tell you now, 8 of you are going to miss out.
No.
I've got 20 patterns left, that's all, Hayley.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
There's over 30 of you now with it in your basket. I've got 20 patterns left. And this is absolutely it. We cannot restock it today at all. It's impossible. We've already gone almost double what we started with, but literally now we're in the teens. So please check out your basket on this. It's your last chance. Last call, last call. Oh. So how does the pattern come? How do all those options appear?
Now, the pattern will come to you in what they call AO print. So they're big size pages. There's no joining with this these particular ones. So they come in a wallet. So all of my patterns come in a wallet because it's the storage for the pieces. And I've had paper envelopes before, which I know people might say, oh, why is it all in plastic? But it's only because it's storage more so than, I'm not expecting you to be throwing this away. You're going to be keeping it for your pattern pieces. So your pattern is printed on AO, which is a big piece of fabric. So you've got multiple lines featuring for your different sizes. And there's a guide that will show you which line you need to follow for your particular size. Now, something that I didn't really, I just thought everybody did this. And I did it once and somebody was like, oh gosh, that's genius. And I was like, okay, doesn't everybody do that? Now, multi-size pattern. I tend to go for a size 12 or a size 14, depending on what the cut is of the garment. And lots of people would usually follow the line for the 12 or the 14 and then cut out the garment piece. But my mum, bless her, rest her soul, she taught me to actually cut the outer edge.
Okay.
So cut the outer parameter, and sometimes it kind of goes a bit odd. So sometimes it'll be the largest size, sometimes the smallest piece will be sticking out somehow. Just look at your overall pattern, but the overall outer edge, doesn't matter about the size, just the overall outer edge. And then what she taught me to do was to cut it in to the size that you want. So say, for instance, we've got, where am I, 6, 8, 10, 12. So say if I'm doing the 12, which is that kind of dotted one there, I would cut in like so. And dependent on how curved the pattern is, I would cut several cuts. Sometimes you've got a straight bit, so you don't have to cut as many. Sometimes it might be around the head of a sleeve or an armhole, so you might have to do them every inch or so apart. And then what you do is you fold under to that line that you want. And then that means if you do need to come back and do a larger version of it, you don't have to buy a brand new pattern.
Such a clever tip.
And I didn't realise, because I'm not one to actually trace patterns. I don't trace patterns. Oh, I haven't got my info.
I do, Hayley, but it's so
Do
laborious.
you? I just want to get into the sewing bit of it. So yeah, basically you would just trim it and you would fold it to whichever size you've chosen. I think I've gone on to the 14 there. I haven't got my glasses on. But you basically use that then as your cut line. So then that means that when you come to want to do maybe, I don't know, size 20, you can pull that out and then fold it under to whatever size you next need. And then, yeah, away you go.
Brilliant.
I'm probably doing myself out of business there, but...
No, it's a really, really good
but
tip.
if it saves you the time of tracing, and I hate tracing patterns, I really do. So that's why I incorporated that in. Right, let me get that
Folks,
out
I've
of
got 10 patterns left, that's it. I've got 10 patterns left, 8 patterns now, 30 of you in baskets, last 8 patterns.
Right. Now, I was going to show you how to do a tail attack, but we're up against, well, I will do it. Do it as you can, Hayley. Now, on this particular one, which is design number 3, and on each of the pattern pieces, I have put a little illustration, so there's no confusion as to which pieces you need for which garment. So it's very easy, because I like a simple life. So you choose whichever size it is that you're working with, and then you would make a tail attack. So for a tail attack, you're going to take a thread. Quite often I will use something that's quite a strong contrast to your original fabric so as you can see it, because you will remove these at a later stage, but I've only got grey handy at the moment. So what you're going to do is with a needle and cotton, I've threaded up my needle. I've not knotted the threads or anything, so they're loose on the ends, but it's doubled from the eye right the way down to the end. And you're just going to do a little basic stitch through the fabric, and if it's multiple layers, you'll go through the multiple layers of the fabric, and you'll pull that thread until you've probably got about 5 centimetres, 2 inches, something like that, of a tail sticking out, okay? And then I'm going to go back into that similar sort of spot, and I'm going to come back out again, so go in and come out. And this time, you do need quite a long piece of thread. I'm going to pull the thread through, but this time, instead of it kind of pulling it right through as you would do if you were making a stitch, I'm going to leave a loop of a similar sort of length, 2 inches, 5 centimetres, something like that. And then I'm going to bring the thread back over, and I'm going to cut through the thread so as it disconnects it from the needle and the loop that you've got there as well. So now I've got little strands going through that dot. Now, if you had multiple layers of fabric, then what you would do is you would separate the fabrics up. I've only got a single layer here, but you'd separate your layers up and you would cut those threads because they would have gone right the way through. But pull the fabrics apart a fair distance, so as that kind of 5 centimetres that you've got is split between both pieces of fabric. So you'll end up with about 2.5 centimetres. Snip it, and that means that little location dot that you've created is now marked on your fabric. Now, you can do it other ways. You can use things like heat erasable pens and chalk pens and things like that. But I know a lot of us are quite mindful of how permanent they can be on your fabrics. This particular point is to do with the placket. So you're not actually going to see it as such. So it doesn't matter if you do use something that doesn't erase. And what that is now is that is going to line up with the line that we've got down at the bottom to help you create that open area that you've got there. So that's what that is all about, but I just wanted to show you how to do that. But the thing I wanted to talk about was gathering. Now, gathering can be done in multiple ways. Needle and thread, running it through, that's probably the simplest of form. Do I do it that way? No. And why don't I? Because sometimes you don't get an even gather, I don't think. It's one of those situations that it can tend to be a bit puckered if you're not careful, and it can be a little bit tricky. So I tend to use my machine. Now, dare I say it, I alter the tension. Playing with a tension dial, Stuart. How terrible is that? Playing with a tension dial on a sewing machine. It's never going to be the same again.
Do it.
We're always very terrified, aren't we, of changing that tension. But the tension is brilliant because that can be a tool when it comes to doing your gathering. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get my pedal to start with. I'm going to take the tension on my machine up to the highest number. So what that's going to mean is that I'm not going to have a balanced stitch between the bobbin thread and the top thread. It's kind of all the things that you don't normally want when you're sewing.
So you're making that top tension tight,
That's
basically.
it, yeah.
Oh, just to say, by the way, Hayley, at 12 o'clock, we are going to be dropping the price of the Opal 670 from Husqvarna, lower than we have ever dropped it before, aren't we?
I can't get over the deal that you've got on this because this is not the basic level Opal machine. This has got bells and whistles on it that are incredible. So yeah,
you get the extension table.
You do. You don't normally, but yeah. You get the canvas cover that you can see, but you wouldn't get the extension table.
Hundreds of pounds coming off the price. I hope you've been doing your research. There are 2 patterns left, by the way. 2 patterns left. 40 of you want it.
I'm itching to tell you about this machine, but I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of the machine. I'll
12 o'clock.
Tell you later on, but it's a brilliant machine, brilliant machine. So I have now taken my tension to 9, so that's the tightest it will go. So you can see that's on the top there. I've extended my stitch length to the longest it will go, and on this machine it's 6 mil. I don't think it goes any further than that, 6 mil. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the loose ends of my thread because I need to make sure I've got a decent amount of the loose ends. So where's that little bobbin thread? Come on up. Don't be shy. Oh, it's coming up. There we go. Can I get it? Might have to go down again. So bring those tails out because I want both of the tails to be on the surface. There we go. Got it now. So make those equal lengths. I'm not going to trim those down. They're just going to pop out the back of the machine like so. And I'm going to use those to draw up the gathers in a few moments. And what I'm going to do, now, you don't have to worry too much because, again, you can remove these. But if you keep it within your seam allowance, you maybe get away with not having to remove them if it's a bit of a chore for you. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the foot down on the edge of the fabric and I'm just going to run straight stitches along the widest edge of the piece that I'm working on. And for reference, this is the bottom part of the sleeve of the garment that I'm wearing. I should have explained that to you before I started. So all I'm going to do, straight stitch, I'm just going to run along the edge. And sometimes you will actually see it start gathering up.
I see that, yeah.
As long as you're not pulling on the fabric, it will start gathering up before you've even done anything with it. Now, what I do tend to do is don't tie off your stitches, so don't do the little reverse thing at the end. Raise your foot and pull out your thread, so again, you've got a decent amount of thread at the end there. And you can see it's already started puckering up. But what can be really irritating is when you try to gather and your thread breaks. So what I then do is I come along and do another set of stitches. So just follow it again. So you've got your long threads at the back. Oops, got that caught up there. And then you're just going to run again. And again, don't hold on to the fabric too much and it will naturally create that gather. But these are stitches that we will remove at a later stage. You've got the tension obviously is off at the moment. So when it comes to remove these, it's going to be a really, really easy way of unpicking it. So try not to stitch the pleats in place, or turn them into pleats, should I say, the gathers. So try and keep the fabric flat as you're going through. But then,
Hayley, do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a bit frightened. OK, go on. What's the good news?
The good news is your pattern has sold out again.
Wow. Oh, gosh, thank you so much.
Amazing. Well done.
Thank
bad
you
news.
so much. OK, what's the bad news?
Your pattern's sold out.
OK, fair enough, fair enough. I see, yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well done.
You just never know. I mean, I just never know. I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know.
Well, you managed to provide us with almost the same again, which we're very grateful for. But yeah, we have now sold out, and that's it for today. Well done. If you've got Hayley West's brand new pattern, handmade by Hayley, the Chameleon top, can't wait to see all of your versions of it.
I'm looking forward to it.
The only fabric that we've got left, by the way, is this beautiful floral broderie anglais. This is the only one that's left now.
It's really pretty. It's almost like you know, like the gypsy tops that you used to get back in the 70s. It just reminds me of those. Beautiful.
It's beautiful, gorgeous. Oh, sorry, we have got a bit of this one as well. We've got that one. We've got that one. We've got that one as well. Okay, right, sorry.
Okay, no problem at all. So just to recap, we're kind of doing the middle bit of this sleeve that we've got here. So it's that gathered bit there, and I'm working on the top edge. So I've got my 2 rows of gathering stitches now. So if I turn this way, hopefully you'll be able to see what I've got going on. So I've got 2 sets of threads, and when I pull those threads, you'll get those gathers come. So it's just finding, you've got your 2 threads there. It's the bobbin thread, I think, is the one that you need to pull. To actually, yeah, it's the bobbin thread, so it's the one that's on the underside. You'll pull that, and that allows you then to get nice little balanced,
lovely,
balanced gathers. Now, don't kind of do the whole piece from one end. You've got 2 ends of the threads, so go over to the other side and pull the threads in from there, so you're not kind of gathering for the full width of the fabric.
That fabric's really pretty,
isn't it lovely? I mean, when you gather it up, it drapes really, really well.
It's stunning. It's stunning. Maureen asks, is there a digital download of Hayley's pattern? There is not, my love, I'm sorry.
There isn't at the moment, no, there isn't.
Maureen says that she also cuts her patterns like you do.
Oh, good.
And it's how she was taught. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I think it's probably a generation thing, and it was kind of make do or mend, wasn't it? And it was like you looked after those pennies, which we should all still be doing now, really.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
well, when you've got all those different sizes available, just really quickly want to mention, we've got 3 other patterns from Handmade by Hayley. Let's start with the most recent, the side swipe skirt. Sizes 6 to 26, confident beginner. You've got the long version. You've got the shorter version. This kind of skims the knee. This is kind of mid-calf. You can have them with or without the pocket. And it's a crossover, but the crossover is actually stitched into the other side, isn't it, at the top? Oh, amazing, thank you. So this is, I mean, it looks amazing in denim. Really cool.
This one's a bit crumpled, but you're welcome to it.
Just show you that, can you see here? So it's actually stitched fully in at this side, so it isn't something you cross over and then tie up. Okay, so it's all nice and secure. There's a really good, generous crossover. Here in denim, I love the asymmetry of the hem as well. That is really cute. Looks gorgeous in denim, but imagine doing that in, say, something like a faux suede, a faux leather. You could do that in a brocade would be amazing.
I'm frantically trying to iron the linen
would
version.
Be lovely. Don't worry, they're posh wrinkles, it's fine.
There you go, I'll pass it over and see. To let you into a little bit of a secret, this was meant to be launching, well, the Chameleon top was meant to launch at the same time as the skirt, because they're kind of an outfit, an ensemble, if you will.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how they were originally meant to be, but it didn't come out at the same time, so yeah.
Lovely in the linen as well. I'll hold that up so you can see. Isn't that gorgeous? Excuse the wrinkles.
Yes.
Love the little pocket detail as well, but you don't have to. And then there is, as I say, a long version as well. It was super popular at launch. We've got it back in stock for today and demonstrated on the 26th of April. So that's the side swipe skirt. We've also got a completely bonkers Tallulah shacket. I say bonkers because of how many it's sold. I mean, this has been... Well, I've never seen a pattern sell like this. Incredible. This is sizes 6 to 24. This is the physical pattern. You can see all those different versions.
These are customers that have sent me photos. Aren't they beautiful?
I love the floral with, is that like denim, the black and the floral denim?
Yes, yeah.
That's amazing. They're all amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. But really lovely, just plain as well. I've only got 3 of the paper versions. Gosh, that's all we've got left. We've also got a digital download of the Tallulah shacket. We'll show you that, so that you could either print them off on A4 and tape them together, or you could take it to a copy shop.
That's it, yeah. AO print.
Yeah. That's $14.99 for the digital download. And then the other pattern that we've got back in stock for today is the denim jacket. I mean, again, who doesn't love a denim jacket? Sizes 6 to 26, a confident beginner. You've got some lovely skill builders there as well.
The little pockets on the front, I call them, I don't know if they're kangaroo pockets or what, I'd make words up. They're like little pouch pockets, but they're very, very stylish, but so easy to do. So if you've been afraid of kind of putting inset pockets into a garment, then that's a really easy hack.
Yeah. Your patterns are just such a great, like, how to dressmake, you know, and it's almost like doing a course, doing one of your patterns.
Well, they're meant to be confidence builders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
You want people to be successful.
I want people to enjoy sewing and not be frightened of it. I think a lot of us will, and I'll tell you something though, it will change the way you go out on the high street when you're looking at garments, because you'll look at the prices and thinking, how much for that? That is so simple to make. I can do that. Yep. And that's what I want to hear from you. This is what, you grow with it, you will achieve that, and I've got confidence that you can do it.
I love that. I love that. There's also a digital download. Those details are on screen right now, $14.99 for the digital download, and then you can print it off yourself. Hayley, it's been an amazing hour, as I predicted.
I can only say thank you. I can only say thank
Wonderful.
you. Yeah, you've been amazing. Thank you very much.
And obviously, apologies everyone that missed out, but we will try and get the pattern back in as soon as we can. Do you know, I mean, obviously you're on in an hour.
Yes.
But do you know when you're back, like next time?
It is the 8th of June, I think it is.
8th of June.
Yeah. So, but I try to come back every month. I can't manage to fit it. It's because it's only me. I do it all. I've got somebody who helps me with the actual pattern drafting, but yeah.
Might we be able to get the Chameleon top back in for then?
I would hope so.
OK, fair enough. We'll do our best. All right, great. Right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we have got tools. We've got extra wide fabrics. We've also got another look at my brand new block of the month, May and Summer Wreath, both launching. See you after this.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up?
Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Now, that brand new trio of bags that you just saw in the advert there launches tomorrow morning at 8 AM. It's 3 brand new bags, all in one pattern. You've got a rucksack, you've got like a day bag, and you've got a quick grab and go pouch. Look, here we go. There's your pouch, there's your rucksack, and there's your grab and go bag. They all feature Seminole patchwork, which is the most cool and brilliant fun. So teach you how to do 3 different types of Seminole patchwork, 3 brand new bags, all in one pattern for $11.99. That's starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Also, I'm launching the brand new Tilda Basics ranges, Poppy Seed and Brie. And these, I use the poppy seed with some of my other Tilda scraps and some cork. Here's Brie, so pretty. We're gonna have all sorts of pre-cuts, fabric by the half metre, special bundles. It's going to be busy. I just can't wait for that. Right, set your alarms for in the morning. You don't have to get changed out of your PJs. Right, we're gonna start this hour with Block of the Month. The Block of the Month has been running now since February. It is called Sewing Through the Year. And we are up to May. A year of sewing. It's called Sewing Through the Year. We've got a year of sewing. It is the May block. So every month you get a new panel with a vintage sewing machine and flowers inspired by what is seasonally available or what's out at that time of year, more or less. Lilacs, roses, little miniature tea roses there as well. You get your panel. Now that trims down to a 12.5-inch square. That's going to be your main feature. And then you've got your light and your dark coordinating fabrics, which you're going to use potentially to create your sashing. So the block will end up being 20 inches square finished. So you get lots of your light coordinate. It's about a 12.5-inch square. And then you get just about double that in your dark coordinate. Now, I haven't been prescriptive about how you sash your block. You could put half square triangles, you could put 4 patches, flying geese, you could put little strips like piano keys around it, or you could just do straight borders, or nothing at all. You can, you make it your way. You've got all of that on a panel. That's your $9.99 for all of that. Now, just to put it into context, you could use that panel to make something like this, which is a gorgeous cushion. Now, I have done this as a chenille cushion. We sold out of the chenille cutters yesterday. We will get them back in. But you can make a gorgeous cushion out of it. I've used a bit of solid on the back, okay. You could make a bag out of it. I can grab it. Here's your bag. I use the panel for the front, the dark coordinate for the top and the base and the sides. I used the light coordinate and a bit of the dark coordinate for the top of the bag. I used some ready-made handles and a bit of black and white stripy fabric to bind and add some ties, but you don't have to. So that's another idea. Or you can make the quilt. So loads and loads of ways you can use this. Now, how many in baskets? Chris. Okay, so I've only got 50 panels left. We start with hundreds. I've only got 50 panels left. If you want to keep up, today's the day to get your panel. Princess got hers earlier on today. You can get yours now and then keep up. Now, there's lots of different ways you can use the panel. I've mentioned a few, but there are lots more in the panel that I've created to go with. I'll show you that in just a bit. Right, the second panel that we released for the quilt is the summer wreath. Now, you may be thinking, where's the summer wreath? Well, I haven't put it in this. This is the 12 block months of the year, January through to December. There isn't the name of the month on the panel. You could embroider it if you want, but I thought it was nicer to leave that out. So there are 12 blocks with sewing machines, and then every quarter we release one of these. This is the wreath quilt that I made. So we've already released spring. We're releasing summer now, and then there will be autumn and winter to come. Now, you could make one wall hanging each season with some borders. You could use your stash, use the coordinates. You could make a 4-block quilt like this. This is also in the pattern that you can buy. Or, as I say here, I made a chenille cushion using that panel. But you could just as easily do a plain cushion using the panel. So there's lots and lots of different options. You could also make a candle mat using that wreath. All sorts. So you get your, again, 12 cuts down to 12.5 inches square. You've got your light coordinate, this gorgeous peachy coral, and then you've got about double that in dark coordinate. So it really is up to you how you use it. Now, if we go back to the seasonal quilt, the 4-block quilt, you can see I've made the block. I've also made my half square triangles using the same coordinate from the panel. So you've got enough to do that. If you look at the quilt hanging behind me, you've got enough on your panel to do your full 20-inch block, but you'll also have enough of the dark coordinate left over to create your piano key border that goes all the way around the quilt. Just save that fabric And then at the end, when all of the blocks have released, you'll be able to use them with, I used a white on white coordinate for my sashings and for my piano keys. And that's it, away you go, that's it, the whole thing's done. Hi Stuart, can you tell me how much wadding and backing do you need for the block of the monk quilt if I'm using all of the blocks? So how much wadding and how much backing? Absolutely, absolutely I can. So I'll show you on the back cover of the pattern. This is the 16 block quilt, okay? So you can see you've got your 12 sewing machines, and then in the four corners, you've got your seasonal wreaths, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Now, if you're going to make this, you're going to need an extra wide backing fabric, 3 meters, 6 units. I've got some extra wide backing fabrics on the show today. So 3 meters for backing. You'll also need your wadding. Now your wadding needs to be, for this size, you need to buy the widest. It's 315 centimetre wide batting, either a cotton or an 80-20, and you'll need 3 meters of that. So that's your wadding and your backing. And same amount if you want to do quilt as you go, exactly the same amount. Okay, right, so those are our 2 wreaths that have just released. That's the summer wreath and the May block. So, now if you haven't started your block of the month yet, but you'd like to, first of all, we've got all of the panels up to now individually, but if you want to get them all in one go, plus the pattern, you absolutely can. I've got a bundle. Let me show it to you. So it's $79.92 because you're now getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 panels plus your pattern as well. So here we go. You get, now actually I'll show you on the quilt what you're getting. So you get your January block. Here we go. There's your January block with Christmas roses and pine cones. These are your coordinates. February, lovely amethyst purples, gorgeous irises and violets, a little bit of ivy there, plus your coordinates. Here's March, daffodils, of course, grape hyacinths. You've also got some bluebells, some ranunculus as well in there, and the gorgeous yellows. And you'll spot these fabrics, look, in the border because you save your offcuts and you use them for your piano key or half square triangles. Right, April over here now, this is tulips and purple daisies, cherry blossom, little bit of lily of the valley, and this lovely two-tone pink. And then today we've released May, with lilacs and roses and that gorgeous green. So you get those 5 panels, they're all here, but you're also going to get your summer wreath, you're going to get your spring wreath, one of my favourites, gorgeous green, fresh green coordinates, and you get the pattern. Now, let me show you the pattern. So you're getting all of this for $79.92. This gets you bang up to date. You'll be exactly where you need to be. Now in the pattern, I start off with an intro and also lots of ideas for how you might use the panel and some tips. Then you've got 4 pages of instructions for how to make this quilt. So that's with this sashing and this border, sewing basically your blocks, and then at the end of the year, sewing everything together and layering it and quilting it as one. All right, so you get your pattern for that. Next up, I realised as I was making it that you could so easily make this quilt as you go because you've got the sashing in between the blocks. So I designed a different sashing to go around that would yield the same size blocks, so still 20-inch finished blocks, but a different kind of sashing. Use either. Quilt the individual blocks, and then I teach you how to do quilt as you go. So earlier on, Let me find the message. Beverly messaged to say, I've completed my squares, my blocks to make a quilt. Do I have instructions for quilt as you go? These are the instructions, Beverly. So 4 full pages of instructions for how to do quilt as you go. Then you get your pattern for your 4-block seasonal quilt. Now, actually, this could be 4 patchwork blocks with sashing around them. It doesn't have to be panels. You can do what you want. 12.5-inch, 12-inch finished blocks are one of the most used blocks for patchwork quilts. You've also got how to make this border as well, which you can make with your leftovers. Here's the quilt. Now, you could do that with any 4 blocks. You could do January, February, March and April, you know, make 3 seasonal wall hangings, or you could do the seasonal wreaths like I have. Next up in the pattern, you've got how to make a candle mat. So I love these. I love the jar candles that you can buy. So I get different seasons, different scents, different colours of candles, and they go on my candle mat. This is a really fun make as well. Next up in the pattern, you can make a cushion. Each month you could make a cushion. Or you could make 4 seasonal wreath cushions. Use them at different times of year or all together. And then last of all in the pattern, I've put the bag. Now, the bag, I haven't strictly put the full pattern in. I've given you my dimensions, okay, for what I cut to make my bag. It's a simple boxed tote bag. So if you've got a little bit of bag making experience with those dimensions, you'll have no bother at all. It was a little extra that I added. If I'd put the pattern in, I had to have made it an $11.99 pattern. And then at the back, you've got the 16 block using all 16 panels. So really, really comprehensive. So 7 panels, everything up to date, plus your pattern, $79.92. Now, if you want to get the individuals, you can, but can we just mention the pattern on its own at this juncture, please? So if you want to get the pattern, this is worth getting, even if you're not making this. One of our lovely viewers is making a Tilda version using her Tilda fabrics, feature squares with sashing in this style, which I think is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. You could use orphan blocks. You could use big K facet prints in the squares in place of the panel. Anything like that. Remember as well, you've got instructions on how to make a candle mat, a cushion. You've got the dimensions for the bag. You've got the 4-block wall hanging. You've got quilt as you go instructions. Now we sell lots of quilt as you go instructions for $9.99 that just teach you how to do quilt as you go. Brilliant, that's great. It's a great technique. But if you want to get those instructions plus everything else, get yourself these. Now we also do a digital download. It's my only digital download pattern that I do. There's so much in it. Again, $9.99 for that. Different code. Yep, you still get all the same patterns in there. And there aren't any templates, so you possibly don't need to print it off. Deborah's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. I've bought a few extra panels to make matching pillows for my quilts. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. Yep, love that. It could be just that you love a particular colour or it goes with your home. Then you could just buy the one panel. I wanted it to be as flexible as possible. Avril's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, could I ask, what is the dark colour fabric used on the 4 Seasons quilt? I'm doing a quilt and extra blocks of the seasons. So what is the dark colour fabric used on the 4 Seasons quilt? Can we go back to the picture, please? And let me see. It's all from the panel, Avril. It's all from the... That's the one, yeah. Right, so that dark brown and the light brown, that comes on the autumn panel. So we haven't launched the autumn panel yet, but that fabric comes on the $9.99 panel. So the only fabric that I've added to that quilt is a white on, no, in fact, I used a solid white for the sashing in between the blocks and that little inner border. And I used that same white in the border for the half square triangles and the background. All of the coloured fabric that you can see is from the panels, which means that wall hanging cost £39.96 for the panels, and then about a metre of background fabric, that's all. Oh, and I used a black and white stripe for the binding, but you could use anything. You could use scraps, you could do a scrappy binding. So yeah, no, I wish I could say it was this fabric, but it's just on the panel. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Right, so that's that. April. Oh yeah, sorry. I was like, what? What? April. So this is panel on its own. I deliberately didn't put the month on the panel because if you've got a pretty coral pink and lilac or green bedroom and you want to just make this cushion, or sewing room, and you just want it's a pretty cushion, you don't necessarily want April emblazoned on it, do you? Or even there. But if you wanted to add a little, you could do like a little cartouche, little a machine embroidery or something like that said April. You could hoop this up and embroider it there. If you've got something like the FS250 with an alphabet, you could embroider that. So you can add it if you want. So you get your panel, you've got your image, and then you've got your light and you've got your dark coordinate. All that for £9.99. It's all premium, 100% cotton. So these lovely, as our viewer said, make up an extra cushion or two to go with your quilt. Or you could do the quilt with the 12 sewing machines and then do your 4 cushions using your seasonal wreaths and just swap out the cushion each season maybe. Lots of things you can do. Or you could do a pair of cushions. And it's ever so easy to make a cushion. You've got full instructions. That's April. Let's do March. I really, really love the March block because they're just, I think spring flowers are my favourite anyway. They're just so happy. They're just so welcome, aren't they? And I use this panel to make the bag. And again, you can see I use that little bit of black and white stripe for ties and a trim. We had the 2 metre bundle of black and the 2 metre bundle of white this morning. A plain black or a plain white would be lovely. We've still got the white in stock. You've also got your yellow coordinates there, your light yellow, and about twice as much of the dark yellow. And the colours are lovely and vibrant as well. But don't be afraid to go into your stash and pick a few other fabrics or lots of other fabrics. You could make a whole wall hanging just out of that, plus stash fabrics. Let's do February next. So February, my birth month. So I would make an extra cushion, I think. You could even do a calendar quilt, couldn't you? So what you could do, in fact, I've given, it's not full instructions, but let me just tell you in the pattern. So I've put make a calendar wall hanging. Use a plain fabric centre, so just like white on white, that finishes at 16 inches square, and then 4-inch finished pinwheel blocks surrounding it. So like a border of 4-inch finished pinwheels all the way around a 16-inch centre square, right? Using the coordinating fabric from each of the panels to make a few blocks in each colour. Quilt it and bind it. So you've got this quilt at the moment that's got a big plain centre. Right, next, sew some Velcro patches to the centre of the wall hanging and add a hanging sleeve. Now, each month, use the sewing machine image to create a mini quilt. Cut the block to 12.5 inches square, border in the light coordinating print, quilt it and bind it using the dark coordinate. You could add the name of the month with machine or hand embroidery if you like. Hand stitch Velcro to the back of the mini quilt to correspond with the positions on the wall hanging, and then switch out the mini quilt every month to create a calendar. So actually that is another pattern that you get there. I just thought I'd describe it rather than physically make it. So that would be a fun thing to do. That's February. And then January. Here's January. Gorgeous greens. You've got your coordinates as well. Don't be afraid to add a completely different coordinate as well. You could get a solid, maybe in like a lovely peachy colour. You could add a little inner border around first of all. What about adding some embroidery? If you like doing silk ribbon embroidery, you could pick out the fir branches in silk ribbon embroidery or long stitch embroidery using floss. You could add some little beads. If you do quilt as you go, you can do all those embellishments on a layered and quilted block, add all your embellishments and then make it up in the whole quilt. That would be incredible. And then the other thing that we've got, of course, is the spring wreath. The spring wreath. So if you want to, or if you're catching up now and you're buying blocks maybe 2 at a time, you could get the spring wreath and the summer wreath. This is the spring wreath. And there are your coordinates. It'd be really nice to make a bag using each of those. Okay, right. Block of the month. That's it. We're done. Now, we've got some backing fabrics. Extra wide backing fabrics. I'm going to grab these one first. I meant to bring in, I've got 3 quilts in my car. And actually I've used these 2. I've used this on one of them, this on another, and then a third backing fabric on another. And they look absolutely lovely. Let me start with this one. It's called Convolutions. This is called Latte. Oh, my favourite. Lovely. Milky coffee. It's so useful. I just love extra wide fabric. It's 100% cotton. It's beautiful quality. It quilts so easily, machine or hand, and it is 108 inches wide. We haven't got the dimensions on the details, but it's 108 inches wide, which means that you can back your whole quilt in one single piece of fabric. No need for seams, no need for joining. Okay. Excuse me. If you're making the quilt behind me, it's 96.5 inches long. And 75 inches wide. So actually, if you were quilting this at home, you could get the backing out of 2 meters. Just. I might be inclined to say 2.5 meters, just for a bit of extra on the sides. If you're getting it long arm quilted, you absolutely need 2.5 meters, because the long arm quilter will want about this much extra on all 4 sides, a good 4 to 6 inches on all the sides. So you'd need 2.5 meters then. But if you're quilting it at home on your domestic sewing machine, you can get away with just a couple of inches on each side. So 2 meters would be enough. If you're doing the 4-block quilt, you'd need 3 meters. This would go really well for that. Carolyn's got in touch. Stuart, do you think the Dan Morris pink sewing dollies would, sewing doilies would make a nice backing for your block? Oh yeah, that would be really pretty. That would be really pretty because it's got that sewing theme. Now it's regular width fabric, so you would have 2 widths by 2, so you'd need 5 meters. Well, actually, no, you could get away with 4 meters if you're sewing it at home, quilting it at home. If you're getting it long armed, you would need 5 meters and then cut it into 2.5 meter panels. If you're sewing it at home, 4 meters would be enough, 8 units. Yeah, lovely idea. Lovely idea. It's got lots of lovely soft colours in it. Yeah, I used this for one of my quilts. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It quilted beautifully. And with that bit of pattern in the background, if you're not always so happy with how the back of your quilting looks, this is going to hide it. This would also go beautifully, actually, with our Versaille quilt that's coming up in the next hour. This would look really rich with those burgundy reds, wouldn't it? You can imagine that on the back. Absolutely stunning. And again, 2.5 meters of this would be enough. Let's do the deep charcoal grey. So this is the other one I used. Now, if you have had a look on my social media, the purple, the green quilt, the plaid quilt that I've done, this is the one I've used on the backing of that. It's lovely. Yeah, it's lovely. £11.99 per half metre. Remember that this is 108 inches wide, which is about 2 3/4 times normal width fabric. Yeah. Oh, Christine, I knew you'd have messaged in. Morning, she says. Morning, gorgeous Stuart, and all at SewingStreet, all the crew. Ah, thank you, love. How are you? Sandra says, hi, Stuart. I just bought the April, May and summer panels. I've only made 1 month up, January. I made a boo-boo. I cut it in 12-inch squares instead of 12.5. Oops, I guess my quilt will be a wee tad smaller. Oh, absolutely, Sandra. It's not an issue at all. I mean, have you added your borders around? Have you added your sashings? As long as everything was made to fit, and then when you add your borders around them, just cut those to the same length as your blocks. And then that'll still make up beautifully. When you come to add your outer border, your piano key border, you can just trim that to the right length. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. There are some big issues in the world. That is a little one. Okay, 2 more colourways. Green. Oh, now, yesterday we had a quilt on called, was it called Evanescence? I think it was called Evanescence. Summer Rain Evanescence, something like that, or September Rain, yes. This would be amazing as the backing fabric for it. Absolutely amazing. This is Convolution Swirl in olive. This is definitely like fresh olives picked straight from the tree. Did you know that all pitted black olives are green olives that have been dyed black? Did you know that? They're not actually black olives at all. They're green olives that have been dyed black because the machine won't go through a ripe black olive. So they have to take the stones out when they're green and then they dye them black. But if you buy the Kalamata, they are genuinely black olives with the pits. Yeah. Fun fact. Fun fact. Right. Random. Silvery grey. That's cute. That's lovely. You see, this would go with so many different quilts. This would be a lovely backing, actually, for sewing through the year. That would be lovely. Really lovely. Do you know, I'm actually just going to check. I can't remember what backing fabric I used on this. Oh, now look. That's really not dissimilar at all. Look, if I show you... Look. Oh, the bag's in the way. Let me move the bag. Hang on. Right. So look, there's what I used. It's almost like a sort of lacy design. And then look, there's the... Look, it's almost identical. So that's what I used. It's lovely, isn't it? Here we go. And again, 2.5 to 3 metres. If you're making extra cushions and you want them to match, I'd get 3. And then you've got extra. Fab. Right, I've got some Liberty. This is Liberty extra wide backing. Now, really, all the other backing fabrics that I know, it's specially made cotton fabric. It's a little lighter than regular quilt weight cotton fabric. This is an exception to that. The Liberty extra wide backing fabric is actually printed on the same fabric that is used for the quilt weight cotton, you know, the regular width. So this is 108 inches wide. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm going to start with the pink one. Again, I think any of these 3 would be fabulous backings for sewing through the year, block of the month. That's your blossom pink. Just the floral element of it and the colour would go so beautifully. There's lots of different colours in my quilt that you could pick out, but that would be stunning. £17.99. It is a little more expensive, this one, but remember, this is Liberty, and it's the same cotton that they use for their regular width fabric, so it's really very, very beautiful. Nice for dressmaking as well. £17.99 for a ½ metre. So if you're quilting at home, 2 metres is enough for the quilt behind me. So that would be about £70, something like that for the backing, but it would be very special. How many units? 4 units. £71.96. But you've got split pay. So that's £71.96, Chris, divided by 3. What would your payment be today if you were to go for it, your first split pay? It's 4 times 5, 23.99. 20, yeah. Well, something to think about. Let's do the silvery grey. This would be gorgeous as the background, the backing fabric rather, for sewing through the year. It's pretty, that, isn't it? This is called Clay. Isn't that lovely? That's a lovely name, Clay. That's gorgeous. That's that one. Oh, I've only got ½ metre of that left. Oh, so that one, yeah, oh, sorry. Well, this one's a no-brainer, isn't it? What a gorgeous colour. What an absolutely gorgeous colour. I don't even have to think about that. That is lovely. That's parchment. But also this as the backing for the Versaille quilt. Can we just have another look at the Versaille quilt, please? So look, that quilt and that backing. Yeah, don't you think? Fabulous. Fabulous. Right. Now I want to show you another backing fabric, again with Versaille in mind, because this would be perfect because it's got the lovely kind of spearmint colours and the raspberry and the pink and the white. So the colours are absolutely spot on. I will actually take this over, if we've any left, I'll have this with me when we do the show with Hayley in about 20 minutes, because that would go so well. It is actually a Riley Blake fabric, and the Versaille quilt is made by Riley Blake as well. £14.99 for that for ½ metre. We've got another question. Would 2 metres be enough if you added the extra corners? That's from Teresa. Oh, if you did the 16 blocks, no, it wouldn't. No, because your 2 metres would be basically 80 inches, which is fine for this because it's 75 inches wide. But if you imagine another 20-inch block on there, we're now pushing 100 inches. So you're going to need 3 metres of backing fabric for that 16 block quilt. 3 metres. It's a very, very special quilt though, and well worth it. Okay, right, that's that. Gorgeous. Sewing Notions, silvery grey. Now you've already seen now that I used a kind of grey and cream background fabric for my sewing through the year. This is sewing themed. If we'd had this available when I did the quilt, I probably would have used this one because I love that sewing theme. Now I've only got 6 metres left, and you're going to need 2 to 3 meters of this for your quilt. So that means we've only got enough for a couple of customers, maybe 3 customers at most. Deborah's got in touch. Hi, Deborah. Morning, Stuart. Would you be able to use different bright colours for backing on each block if doing Quilt as you go on the block of the month? Oh, Deborah, yes. So, for example, you might use, you know, just literally green, purple, yellow, coral, you know, yeah, you could do, or you could pick out one of the colours. Like, for example, you might choose the lilac from this for the background. And then when you flip it over, you'll have this gorgeous rainbow. Now, what I would say is, these blocks are going to be 20.5 inches square before you sew them all together, which means that backing fabric-wise, you're going to need about a 22-inch square of fabric, okay? Which means that a 1/2 metre is not going to be wide enough. So what do? Well, you could buy a metre, but then you're not going to get 4 blocks out of that. You're only going to get 2. So what I would do is I would still buy 1/2 metres. I would cut about an 18.5 inch square. Then I would cut 2.5 inch wide strips of fabric in a different colour, and I would sew a border around. That's going to now make it up to 22.5 inches square, with a centre of one colour and a border of another. Layer that up, quilt it, trim it down. The back will be even more amazing, and you'll be able to use your 1/2 metres. So that would be what I would do. All right, that's that. Oh, now I've got the last 2 extra wides, and these I've saved because they are my favourites. Because these are like faux patchwork. Going to open them out. There's the dark one. In fact, I'm going to open this out fully so you can see all of the colours that you are getting. Now, let me be honest with you. I would actually layer this up with wadding and maybe just a plain backing. Yeah, not this is the backing. No, this is the front. Quilt it, bind it. There is your cheetah quilt. There is your quilt that required no piecing. That is whole cloth. You could just do a big wiggly vermicelli quilting stitch over this. Or you could quilt diagonal lines. I'm just going to grab a ruler quickly and show you. I would do diagonal lines running through the centres that way, and then through the centres that way. With a walking foot, easy peasy, easy peasy. Or if you wanted like a quilted duvet cover, or one that looked like a quilt. You know, sometimes people ask you, oh, can you make me a quick quilt for, or you want to make a play quilt, or, I don't know, a little snuggle quilt for the grandkids when they're staying over. Quick and easy. Sometimes you just need quick and easy. And then we've got a bright version. I would be quick on both of these. Oh, that is stunning. That is stunning. Wow. Look at that. Oh, that is a bit of all right. They're both lovely, but that is a bit of all right, isn't it? Cool. Love that, really do, really do. You know me, you know I'm an autumn. You know I'm an autumn. I love but they are bright and vibrant and rich. Caroline's got in touch. Hey, Caroline. Hi, Stuart. Thanks for all the advice. As a newbie, it's fab. Do you iron seams open or to one side when piecing the backing together? That's from Caroline. Good question. So, first of all, if you're joining fabric for a backing, say you've got you're joining 2 panels. So Jenny Raymond gave this advice yesterday. It's brilliant advice. What you would do, a bit like if you were joining widths for a curtain, you've got your 2 widths first of all. You use your full width for the centre, and then your second width you split down the middle. So you have a 1/4 down one side and a 1/4 down the other. and then the other half down. Yeah, does that make sense? So a full width down the centre and 2 half widths either side. Yes, press your seams open. And also when I join a backing, I will use a 1/2 inch seam allowance rather than a 1/4 of an inch, unless I'm absolutely pushing my luck with the width of fabric. And I would press the seams open. If you are leaving the selve edges on, you need to snip into them about every inch. Personally, I cut the selve edges off. They're more tightly wound, they're more tightly woven than the main fabric. And so when you wash the quilt, that can cause rippling. So better to cut them off. And yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Then treat it as one piece of fabric. Something like this, I think you're going to want to pattern match so that it all matches up on the back. If you're ever pattern matching, we all know this, we need to buy extra for pattern matching. And I would suggest at least 1/2 metre extra so that you can get the patterns to match up with your widths. Yes, please. Now? Or, yeah, now, yeah. So, yesterday, the fabulous Jenny Raymond had the most gorgeous Jason Yenter quilt on air. Jenny's got the sample with her, so I can't show you the actual quilt, but I can show you the picture of the quilt. Here it is. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's all in gorgeous greens. We're just finding the picture now. And we had that quilt kit. 196.27, but we dropped the price. We dropped the price. It's 184.99. It is 80 inches by 85 inches, so a beautiful big quilt. The fabrics are all Jason Yenter and they are digitally printed. So they look like batiks. They're so, so vibrant, beautiful. Do you have that picture? I feel like I'm trying to describe a safety pin to somebody. Okay, all right. Let's do something else for now. Right, I'm going to grab some Best Press. Have you got it now? Have you? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's brilliant. We've got an action shot. Oh, superb. Thank you, Dan. That's brilliant. So look at that. I couldn't describe that. Isn't it beautiful? It's absolutely stunning. You've got all those gorgeous colours. Divine. I've only got, well, I've just got 13 kits left. There's loads in baskets. It's all beautiful, digital printed cotton fabrics. Even that background fabric that you see, it looks like plaster kind of. It's beautiful, like a very, very soft green sort of plaster print. Really stunning. And then, like I said, it looks batik, but it's actually all digital prints. Phenomenally beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. 80 inches wide, 85 inches deep, a gorgeous, gorgeous bed quilt. Hi, Stuart. I've bagged the Jason quilt from yesterday. I'm going to make it for a very deserving young lady. Oh, Debs, that's lovely. It's beginner level as well, that quilt. I don't know what level quilter you are, but for anyone who's wondering, it's a beginner level. We can just go back to it for a second. And you've literally got big squares. You can see the big squares. And then if you look between the big squares, you'll see 2 rectangles, a long thin rectangle of the background and then a small square of the teal sewn on the end. And you make 2 of those, sew them together, one end one way and one end the other, and then you just sew them in diagonal rows. That's it. That's it. Put your borders on. So very achievable, very achievable. It's like looking at my twin then. Do you remember when my identical twin came into the studio? Do you remember that? Right, keep going through for that. Now we're down to 10 kits. Well done if you've got yours. There's just 10 kits left. Right, I'm going to move these fabrics out of the way and I'm going to have a tidy ship and I'm just going to grab all of my Best Press. Now, you know that I refuse to sew without Best Press. I absolutely love it. Got to put them in rainbow order. You see those on a shelf, make me very happy. Let's do them in order. Let's start with strawberries and cream. Oh no, Rose Garden, Tea Rose Garden. This is Tea Rose Garden. I've got all of these, by the way. It will not surprise anybody. I don't choose. I'm not all doing all this. Do you want this one or this one? It's like saying to me, do you want some trifle or some caramel cheesecake? Well, I'm going to say, can I have a little bit of both, please? I don't like or, I like and. That's your Tea Rose Garden. Lovely. Next up, peaches and cream. Peaches and cream. Yeah, there we go. Have you? Lovely. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Makes ironing almost fun. That's what they say on the back. Makes ironing almost fun. Oh, Mary Ellen, you tinker. We've got Citrus Grove. Fresh and zesty. We've only got 4 of those left. $11.99. You get your trigger and your spray, your 499ml bottle, and these are refillable. These are refillable, so don't throw the bottle away. Next up, oh, this is my current obsession. It's my Enya moment and Caribbean Beach. Why haven't I sold millions of records, huh? Caribbean Beach. Not sure. I think we are sure. I think we know why. Caribbean Beach, gorgeous. And then the last one that I've got is the Linen Fresh, because that's just gorgeous. And I use that one on things like my pillowcases as well. I refuse to iron the duvet cover. It gets covered with a patchwork quilt, but the pillowcases I do iron.
It's nice when you go to sleep.
It's lovely, just fresh. Just lovely and fresh. Right, we'll just pop those in a box for me for later. Aurifil, now I've got the Necessities House Collection. Not sure. Oh, yes I do, sorry. We'll do that, yeah. So these are your necessities. This is 4 different colours. You've got that tan, that pale cream, that silver, and black. We've got the 4, there they are. There are the 4 colours. Basically, Jenny Jackson uses this for all her piecing. You can also use them for applique. They're lovely and fine. They are a 50 weight. So also really nice for quilting. If I was quilting the Versaille quilt, I would probably use that lightest cream shade, but you could also use that warmer tan. That would be gorgeous. Right, now, if you want to treat yourself, these are yummy. Oh, look at that. Who needs sweeties or ice cream when you can have that? This was last in stock in December. Now, Chris, I need you to do a little bit of maths for me, please. So, we've got 1,300 multiplied by 12 and then divided by 100. So £1.56 per 100 metres. Is that right? No, it's not right. I've done the maths all wrong. I'm trying to work. So, no, sorry. I know what I was. I know. Yeah, sorry, no. Yeah. 64p for 100 metres. It's amazing value. Something like your Gutermann Sewell thread is going to be about £2.50 for 100 metres. This is 60 odd p. This you can use for piecing. You can use this for quilting. You can use this for applique. Oh, Chris, what a fun. Yes, I mean, he shoots his scores. Chris, you're spot on there. That would be amazing for your piecing, for your quilting. I know that $99.99 is an investment in thread. I know that. But when you break down the individual price per 100 metres, it's about a quarter of the price of Gutermann sew-all thread, or like a Coates a sew-all thread. It is actually incredibly good value and really versatile. You can use, I mean, all these colours are delicious. I mean, these you're going to wish you'd got 5 reels of each but I mean, it'll last you so long. 1,300 metres, my goodness. But very, very versatile, those. And of course, you get your box as well. That's your pastels. And then, oh, the classics. Now, again, I would use this for sewing through the year. Absolutely, because I love those darker colours. I like my quilting to show, top stitching as well. But equally, you could use this for piecing and quilting the Versaille quilt that's coming up. You've got those rich deep reds. You've got that beautiful, beautiful cream background look. You've got your cream in there as well. But you've also got that gorgeous... So if you wanted to quilt the background in this, but your border in this, you could. February was the last time we had this. Oh, do you know, I'm very tempted myself, because those are, I mean... And I know it's much, much too early to be talking about Christmas, but I am going to mention it because there are split pays. 2 split pays on each of these, which means you could get both of them for $99.98 today, second payment next month, and then put them aside for Christmas. Because frankly, if I was to get this for Christmas, I would be squealing for the entire 12 days of Christmas, because that is absolutely delicious. When you say, oh, I just don't know what to get for my partner who loves sewing, this. Who wouldn't love this? And it doesn't matter if you're a modern quilter or a traditional quilter, this. If you're a dressmaker, this. You can't. And you must always, always, always use quality thread. Do not waste your time making something lovely with cheap thread. It will not last. The colours may run. Quality, quality, quality. Buy the best you can. Right, after the break, I think Hayley's had a lie down after the last hour. I hope, yeah. No, you haven't. We are going to Versaille. This beautiful quilt, loads of you have already checked out. You're in for a lovely surprise because we're dropping the price after the break. See you in a bit.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Welcome back, everybody. We have got a fabulous hour for you now with the lady herself, Hayley West.
It looks like I prepped it all, doesn't it?
I mean, you match everything. Gorgeous. That quilt, stunning.
Isn't it gorgeous? Let me step out the way. I mean, oh, it's divine.
It's absolutely stunning.
Only word for it. I mean, look at it. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That floral setting triangle sets it off so beautifully.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and it's so easy to bring it together. I mean, look at me, I look tiny in front of it. If you are new to quilting, now I know it's a considered purchase, but oh my goodness, what a way to get into quilting. And each block is pretty much repeated, so once you've kind of achieved a couple of them, you'll almost be doing this one in your sleep.
Yeah, I mean, from where I'm sitting, it looks like one unit repeated for the entire block.
Absolutely, you're just mixing out the different fabrics, so whether you're choosing the darker tones in the centre or the lighter, you kind of mix the innies with the outies.
Cute, I like it. Now, your Versaille quilt kit. So your quilt is 213 centimetres by 259 centimetres. Which, can we just work out what the inches are for that, please? I'll tell you that in a second. This is from the Love You Always collection by Sandy Gervais. 213 centimetres, 83.85. We'll call it 84 inches by 259. About 80 by 85. Oh, 102. Wow. So
big quilt.
It is.
Big quilt, yeah.
102 by 84 inches. That is beautiful. So queen size, king size, getting there. Absolutely. Now, if you didn't want to make a quilt that big, you could actually split this into 2 quilts.
I was wondering that. You're more, I mean, I'm getting into my quilting more so, but I mean, you obviously, you know quilting inside out.
You could make 2 single bed quilts.
And where it's hanging up, we've probably got another kind of, half a yard that's draped on the floor?
Yeah, it's a big quilt. It's gorgeous. Look, here you go. There's it wouldn't actually fit from where our hanging pole is. It's draping on the floor. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Now, at the moment, your split pay is £109.99, but it's not going to stay there. Let's drop the price, Chris, and then I'm going to show you all the beautiful fabric that you get. Cool. That is a great price drop. That is £50 off. Now, if you go for your split pay, and I think this is one of those times when split pay is brilliant, we've now gone way under £100 for our split pay, 93.33.
Perfect.
Fabulous. You get, I mean, just look. It does all come in a big box, but I wanted to get it out. Look at this. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, if I just let you know first and foremost, that your background fabric, you get 6 3/4 yards of that. It's fantastic. Look, here's your beautiful border fabric. That is just a stunner. You've got your inner border and your binding fabric. Now, top tip here, if you wanted to make 2 single quilts, I would make the border slightly narrower, so it's proportional.
Yes.
I would probably go for maybe a 4-inch finished wide border. And I might be inclined to substitute a different fabric for the binding. Add my own fabric, maybe a light pink solid.
I know we've got, and you have not got to the backings.
Yeah.
Could we use the backing fabric to create the binding?
Yeah, you absolutely. Brilliant, brilliant call, that. And actually, you can even do a binding from the backing. So have your backing wider and fold in and in over the top and stitch it down.
It's a clever hack, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good call. Something like this backing. Well, look how that...
They're all perfect.
Yeah. And then you could use the kit to make 2 single bed quilts. Beautiful. Let me show you more of the fabric. Oh, it's stunning. Loads of you checking out your baskets on this. This is your fabric for your setting triangles. I mean, how gorgeous.
Beautiful.
I love shabby chic.
Well, do you know what? French General is one of my favourite collections, and I really, well, as soon as I saw this from a distance, first of all, I thought, oh gosh, is it, isn't it? But then it's just the colours, isn't it? The colours of that French General collection is gorgeous.
Do you know what? I mean, Festival of Quilts is coming up soon. If I saw that stack they'd be in my shopping bag faster
Absolutely.
than you could shake a stick.
Yes.
You get all of these as well. Look, let me show you all of these.
You get more than you actually need in here. So I think there's kind of that element for if you're wanting to choose or swap anything out.
Or if you wanted to make cushions
Absolutely,
or
yeah. Good point.
2 smaller quilts. Or you could make a quilt and a wall hanging.
Nice, yeah.
Look, there's so much. There's so much. This is wild. I can't believe how many.
Well, you're
fat
getting
quarters.
13 fat quarters in there. And you don't need all 13 of them. But they still put them in there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Oh, it's more then.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Oh, perhaps it was 13 that was... I can't remember now. It might have been left over.
Wow. And look, I've taken this out of the shop because it's too big. Look. It's like basically they just got the bolt and took the cardboard out.
It says, yeah, it can't be bothered. There you go, have the lot.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Absolutely. It's amazing. It's an amazing deal. It really is. Such beautiful fabric. We don't sell these fabrics. Gosh, I wish we did. We don't sell these fabrics. So the only way that you can get these fabrics is in the kit. And you get so much there. Of course, you also get your pattern, which, oh, now I've only just seen this. 84 by 102. Sorry, Chris, I put you through all that.
Oh, it's good practice, though.
But look, if I wanted to do a single bed quilt, I would do that plus the border. Now, look, you've got the same...
Yeah.
on both sides, but you need to be able to do the border around both, which is why, one of the reasons, but also for proportions, why I would do this border a bit narrower. So go for, I think it's about a 6-inch border or 7-inch border. I would go down to about a 4-inch border. And you might have to use your own binding fabric, you know, to do one of them maybe. But even so, that is phenomenally good value. It's just a suggestion if you didn't want to make such a big quilt. The other thing you could do would be that, like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
And then border it, so a square quilt.
Yeah.
So that would then be 84 inches square. And that would look absolutely
Nice,
stunning.
yeah.
And then obviously you've got that left over if you wanted to make 3 scatter cushions.
Nice, yeah. Or if you've got something that you could kind of put sashing in between, almost like a runner, potentially.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. But look at those beautiful fabrics, absolutely stunning.
And I have to say, they're exquisite to work with. So nice to work with, pressed beautifully, obviously when you get your best press, but gorgeous to work with.
Yeah, yeah, you can't go wrong. We're loving them, you're loving them. Loads and loads of you with it in your basket. Already a quarter of the stock's gone. Another quarter is in baskets, which means half the stock accounted for. I wouldn't hang about on this one. It's a beautiful quilt, 84 inches by 102 inches. Another couple checked out, well done. That means there are 2 less chances now for everyone else.
Do you know what, Stuart? I would call this almost like a staycation quilt. You know, if you're not going away on holiday and you're off work for a week or 2 weeks and you're just literally just taking that time to kind of lock yourself in and sew. What a fabulous.
Yeah.
2 weeks worth of sewing, that'd be beautiful, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? And this could be the final result after those 2 weeks, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Really, really pretty. Very pretty. And it's all made from one simple unit. And Hayley's going to show us how. Don't need templates. It's not foundation piece.
No, at first, when I first looked at it, I thought it was. And
Yep.
I thought, oh my goodness, okay, fair enough. But then when I looked, it's like, no. And it's such a simple set of kind of putting it together, unit, if you will.
Yep, yep. Let's talk about backing fabric for this. I've got some bundles of solid fabric. Now, great price on these. This one's about to sell out. There's only one left, but you get 8 meters of solid. So you're going to cut it and you're going to piece your backing, 53.84. you're saving £10. That £53.84 includes your saving, okay? It should be £63.84. You get it for £53.84, which is an amazing price. There's 3 of you with this in your basket. I've only got 1 of these available now. So it's whoever checks out fastest gets the bundle, all right?
Perfect.
Yeah, that is really, that just goes so well with those fabrics. It's the perfect pairing. But don't worry, that's sold out. I've got more. I've got a gorgeous pink, like a gorgeous candy pink. This is a candy pink. Okay, again, £53.84. I've only got 3 of these left. Now, again, you're making that £10 saving. So this is actually an incredibly economical way of getting 8 metres of this fabric. Very good price, that. £53.84. It's 44 inches wide, so you are going to cut it and piece it to make your backing. You could also use this if you were, say, making my Sewing Through the Year block of the month quilt. There's more there than you would need, but even so, great to have it.
It's one to have in your kind of fabric pantry, really, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Gosh, it's such a lot of fabric there for the money. Next one. Now, this one, I think, is, again, the most perfect.
Look at it.
It's just...
They're like made to be together.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. This is way oversubscribed. Way oversubscribed. 8 metres for £53.84. Isn't that price good?
It's phenomenal. And also, as well, I often look at large cuts of fabric with the dressmaking eye. I mean, you're looking at, like, well, over almost 3... Usually I'd go for 2.5 metres as a cut for dressmaking when I don't know what I'm going to be making. But that could be 3 garments that you're making out of that one piece
totally.
at that price.
Yeah,
Amazing.
totally. Or if you make smaller quilts, you know, you've got enough for several quilts. Only 2 of that bundle left now. Well done if you've checked out. Then my last solids bundle that I've got is this beautiful blush pink. And again, just look how beautifully
perfect, isn't it?
that goes. I mean, it really does. It's just fabulous.
Forgive me, Stuart, how much did you say that we were saving on the kit? Because that's not far off the cost of your bag.
£50.
So you pretty much... Yeah,
£3.84.
Yeah.
2 left on that, just 2 left. Now, I did grab one of the extra wide fabrics from the last hour to bring across because this is also Riley Blake. And I mean, just look how perfectly that goes.
It does, yeah.
All the colours, the style as well. I think it's fab. This is £14.99 per half metre. Now, it's 274 centimetres wide. And so you would need 2.5 metres, 5 units. 5 units of that. Love you always. Love you always.
And you, Stuart. Oh, sorry, I was in a
The
world of
fabric.
Sorry, I was in a world of my own. Sorry.
But also you. But also you. Right, I have got lots of other things on the show as well, but should we get cracking with the quilt? We'll put the details of the quilt back up on screen. Don't forget to check out your basket. Right, over to you.
Lovely. And I have to say, it's been a dream putting this together. Now, I haven't made this particular quilt. I've kind of been taking my time and I've got lots of blocks ready, but it is so easy to put together. Now, you will have the instructions, which I'm not going to bring the instructions up, but it will explain to you the size that you need to cut your squares. And pretty much all the squares are going to be cut to the same dimensions. The only time that they're any different is when it comes to doing your sashing, or your connector, should I say, not your sashing. So you will start off with your shapes. Now, I will mention, and I know we haven't got very many of them left, you can actually use your Handmade by Hayley quilting ruler to actually cut out the shapes, because the size that you need is one of the options that you've got in here
amazing.
as well. So you can use that if you've got one of those already. And you'll basically cut them to the size, and it will tell you whereabouts you need to put your markings. So I put a little dot on all of my pieces in the corner, and then a little marking as to where it needs to be down that size of the actual square. Now, you've got a couple of options. If you are a novice quilter, then what you might want to do is draw a line so as you can follow that line across from that corner to the point that it tells you to work with. So I've just got a heat erasable pen here. As time goes on, you'll probably just eyeball it and you'll be fine with it.
So is it right to the corner?
Yes.
The line?
Yeah, right into the corner.
Do you know what
yeah.
I'd do? I'd make myself a little template.
Yes.
Just a square with that diagonal line and cut it
like
off.
a cardboard piece.
Lay it on top and draw across the line.
Absolutely.
Because you're going to do quite a lot of them, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Or if you've got something like acetate that you can see through as well, it's a really good point. Only has to be something like a cereal box or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be anything fancy. And it'll come in handy to flip over because when you actually come to do the next stage, you've got the same angle but on a different size. So this is kind of, as it mentions, using it in the instructions, but as Stuart quite rightly says, get yourself a template, makes it much easier. Now, my sewing machine prefers to sew on a flat edge rather than a corner. So if you have a machine that kind of eats up corners,
Yes.
if that makes sense.
Yes.
Sometimes you've got a very small piece of fabric going under the foot and it can go down into the bobbin cavity and get all messed up and whatever. So I would basically go from that corner, or that point, should I say, to the corner. And then what you can actually do is you can piece your fabric, so you can do a little bit of kind of chain piecing as you work your way through. So I'm just going to stitch these two. I tend to use a 2.5 mil stitch when it comes to my sewing machine. And then it is literally a case of you just going to put them together in the combinations that they mention. So I've got kind of a block that I'm working with here, and these pieces, these patches, are going to go into the rest of the block that I've already kind of prepped. Cool. So going over to the Opal 670 that we've got coming up later on, absolutely perfect for quilting. And quickly, before I forget as well, when it actually comes to using your Opal, if you're wanting to add things like your quilt labels, you've actually got your fonts and your numbers on here, so you can actually do those on the back of your quilt labels. But we'll tell you more about that later.
That's a big font.
It's a good size, yeah.
Really good size.
Yeah. You can program up to 20 characters, whether it's a decorative stitch or whether it is a letter.
Very cool.
So all I'm going to do now, I haven't actually put, now does it come, I don't think it comes with a piecing foot, this one. Let me just double check to see if it comes with a 1/4 inch foot. I don't think it does, no. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to use the standard foot that is there. You've got a little red mark, which is kind of the centre of your stitch. So I would go from that point and literally stitch along that line with my pedal. So I'm just working my way along. Don't go too fast. Slow and steady wins the game. And obviously with quilting, accuracy is going to be your best friend when it comes to putting them together. Now, there might be, if you're a seasoned quilter, you might have a hack. I mean, obviously Stuart mentioned using a piece of cardboard. You might figure out a way where you can kind of do multiples of these and kind of dissect it up. I'm not that advanced with my quilting.
Okay.
So I've literally followed the instructions. So you work your way across and you would just keep going for the quantity of patches that you're asked to complete. So let's cut my threads. There we go. Bring that over to the pressing mat. And when you're actually pressing it, what you're going to do is literally fold that fabric away. So you've got that diagonal line, and then you're going to press the pieces as you go. So let's just get those two pressed. I'll just take them out of shot just for a second. Keep your square or your centre part flat, and then move that out, and it will tell you that in the instructions.
So press towards those kind of corners.
That's it. And I mean, we always tend to talk about press to the dark side, don't we? And this well,
doesn't always work like that.
Doesn't always work. On this particular one, I actually pressed a lot of the seams open when I was working with it. And also as well, in the instructions themselves, it doesn't talk about cutting away your salvage edge. So I was like, well, or your seam allowance, should I say. And I was like, well, do I do that or don't I? So I did follow the instructions and I've left that intact. Personal preference, that is totally up to you, whether you do it following the instructions or whether you want to trim away those seam allowances. Oh. I felt that it was good to have them still there. And you'll see that in a few moments when we come to actually trim the blocks down, because you'll trim them to the square and you've got that kind of edge there. So I will be trimming that across and across the bottom there when we get to the next stage. So I'm almost using that as my pattern piece. So I have left those intact. I'll bring in the block that I'm working on at the moment. So I've kept them intact, as you can see, and sometimes I press them open, sometimes I haven't. Sometimes I just let the fabric fall where it wants to fall. So these are all double A's. You could, if you wanted to, cut away that seam allowance. I just feel it makes the fabrics a little bit more vulnerable when you do cut that away. But yeah, each to their own.
Yeah,
So,
totally.
I have got, where have those gone? Where have my other little squares gone? There they are. Being that colour, you can't always see them on the countertop. So again, I've put my little markings. Now your markings will be in different positions when you come to do your second angle. So again, follow those instructions and just keep an eye open, because you can see the print on one side. It's a close kind of call between the right side and the wrong side on these. So do make sure you've got good light when you're actually putting these together. I sat at home and I literally was just putting them all together, pinning them in place, and then I chain stitched them at a later stage. So again, you've got your corner in your top left-hand corner, and that's where that little dot is going to go. So my dot is going to go up there, and I'm going to basically put that on top of the original square, but this time my connecting line is down at the bottom. And I'm just going to pop a little pin in there just to keep it in place as I sew. It can be that you put it on the edge, it can be that you put it in the middle, away from where you're sewing. It's entirely up to you. So I'm going to do that one there and this one. A lot of the fabrics are non-directional. Did I pay attention to it? Not really, because I think you could drive yourself crazy trying to keep everything in a directional format. So just go with it.
Yep.
And to be honest, if it's going on a bed, at some point it's going to be going in the wrong direction.
Of course it will.
Because whether you're looking it from the foot of your bed or whether you're tucked up in bed looking down at your feet, it's going to be a different pattern, isn't it? It's going to be north-south or south-north, whichever way you look at it. So I'm just going to put those in place like so, and I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to go from that flat edge, because I know that's the way my machine prefers to sew, across to that point. And again, if you wanted to, you can put that line in. You are going to be sewing a lot of these, so you might find that you'll start off putting the line in place, or as Stuart has said, get that line with your cardboard, and it does make life a little bit easier, but I haven't. So it's do as I say, not do as I do sometimes.
Well, if you've got like a laser
that's
light on your...
That's what I did with mine, use the laser.
You can follow that as well. Loads and loads of these quilt kits in baskets. Don't forget to check out. I don't want you to miss out on the Versaille quilt. 84 inches by 102 inches. The fabric collection is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. It really is. It's from the Love You Always collection by Gervais. It's got a real sort of lovely shabby chic look to it. It's kind of roses, that deep clarity red, cherry red, raspberry, spearmint, and creamy white. It's really, really pretty. You get your full pattern as well included. Everything for the top, including your binding. We do have some backing bundles available as well if you want to back it, but we're a bit limited. We've got the mint one left, and we've got the pink. So the blush and the burgundy have gone.
Now, backtracking, I should have mentioned preparing your fabrics before you start, and I always best press before I even cut. So I don't kind of spray as I go along, although sometimes I will add an extra little bit in there. But what I tend to do is I spray the fabrics before I've even cut them, and then I know I've done it. Because when you're working with different fabrics, sometimes it's difficult to remember which ones you have and which one you haven't.
Do you know which ones I would go for? I'd go for Tea Rose Garden or Citrus Grove, just because the colours match.
That's a good
I
point.
match my scent to the fabric. I'm sorry.
Well, I've got the peach one, and it just makes me start thinking about peach crumble when I'm working with it.
Lovely. Tinned peaches or fresh peaches?
Oh, fresh peaches.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. You're posh. 11.99. Tinned peaches all the way.
Well, I'm usually out. I don't cook it.
Oh, lovely. That's your Tea Rose Garden, and then your Citrus Grove. Just because the colours match.
And it's nice as well, because it does change your kind of your feeling when you're actually doing either ironing or you're sewing.
Totally.
It does. You've got my little spray bottle there as well.
Oh, this is such a good tip.
I don't know if they sell these on SewingStreet, but if not, you need to get some in.
But you can get them on Hobby Maker.
You can, yes.
These are water brushes.
Well, this one's a little spray.
Oh, is it a spray?
Yes.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
So this is like a little atomizer.
That's it, yeah, like a little perfume atomizer, and I just fill that up and I just put it in my sewing kit. So if I'm out and about, because sometimes the big bottles can be a lot to take with you, can't
they? They can. I was thinking, I've got some water brushes at home, and if you put that in there, and then you're doing like a starch and press applique, you can paint
you could do that, yeah.
around your seam allowance.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Great tip. Jeanette's got in touch. Hiya, Jeanette. Could you do a second seam from the corner and then cut through and use that as you wish? I know what you mean.
I'm a bit confused.
I'll
by
come
that
round and
one.
show you.
Come and show me, my lovely.
Right.
Come into my little space.
Thank you. Have you got your pen for a second?
Is it... Oh, where's it gone? It was there a second ago. Oh, honestly, it's like magic. It just disappears. Hold on, it might be over here.
So...
Do you want to use a pencil?
Yeah, if that's all right with you.
Oh no, I haven't even got that. What about Barrio? Will
Yeah, well,
okay.
all right, we wouldn't use this at home.
Yeah.
Right, so the suggestion is, right, drawing another line 1/2 inch away, yeah, sewing on that line, trimming there,
Yeah.
and then you would end up with that
Okay.
little kite shape
Yeah.
left. I know why you're saying it, being thrifty, not
Okay.
wanting to waste
So
the
is that
fabric.
so as you could use that on another project?
Yes.
Right, okay.
I'm not sure how I would use that,
Mm-hmm.
okay? But also, you are going to use this edge to trim
That's
the
how
block, aren't you?
that's how I've done it, yeah.
Otherwise, you won't know where to trim.
Mm.
If you've sewn on there and trimmed that away, it would be like that, and then you have no idea where you're trimming.
That's a good point, yeah.
To square it up.
Yeah, that might be why they don't mention taking away your seam allowances.
It's a very long-winded way of saying, no, I wouldn't. Sorry. I wanted to explain why.
No, I love it when we get different suggestions because, as I say, I'm more of a dressmaker than a quilter. And it is one of those, I don't always know all the different hacks, so I'll often ask Stuart before we even come on air for his advice and guidance. But, yeah, like you say, I can get where you're coming from.
I totally get
Yeah.
it. You do that with like a half square triangle cutaway corner, but because they're sort of, if you like, rectangles in the end, it's an odd angle.
And I'll show you the next stage because what I do, you're going to be making a lot of these. And for me, sitting there and thinking, right, I've got to trim off every single one, it was one of those ones that was like, there's got to be a quicker way of doing this. So what I tended to do was put them in groups of 4. And groups of 4 kind of work with the quantity that you need for each block.
Oh, cool.
So you'll actually have kind of repeats of 4, so to speak. So then I flipped them over, and what I did was I loosely lined them up with the grid. So I've got kind of all my flat edges together, like so. And then I came in with my ruler and my rotary cutter. And then I didn't go through 2 at a time because you've got to be very accurate with that. But what I found was I could cut one and then move on to the next one.
Ah, yeah.
And then because of it being a rotary mat, I was able to just rotate it then and then come and do the next ones. And I just found that that was quite a quick way of doing something that could be quite laborious if you're not careful. And again, with my housekeeping, new blade. Whenever you start a new quilt, new blade, so as you've got all those pristine cuts as you go. And then I just found that as a speedy way, if you imagine I was doing 4 of those, to kind of trim them up. And that's why you need your square, because your square kind of becomes a pattern piece at this stage.
Yes.
Whoops, there we go.
Yes,
and then that last
that's
one.
right. And I think it's so worth it for the ease of making.
Yes, yeah. And it is a tricky one because I must admit, when the pattern came through, and the first thing I would say is to read your pattern. There is a little kind of flyer sheet in there with a little bit of guidance, so make sure you read all the information. Grab yourself a brew, sit down and have a little read of it so as you're familiar with kind of what you're doing and read the layout and stuff like that. And that's why I've left it with the backings on there, because then when it comes to piecing these, I found it's much easier to piece it, even though you've got double layers and at some points you're going to have a lot of fabric where those points meet. I just felt it was more stable.
Yes.
As I was working with it, if that
makes perfect
if
sense.
that makes sense. So, when you've got your pieces, what you're going to do is come together with them, and you're going to be putting them together in a little formation. And the pattern will show you how they come together. So you'll have them coming together to create these almost like, they almost remind me, is it a swift, the bird that's got kind of like that kind of shape, tail?
Oh, the tail, yeah, lovely.
So that's how they're going to work. Now, my top tip, if you are a novice quilter, or you're not a very accurate quilter, or like me, you want to enjoy the process but not necessarily beat yourself up about your accuracy and your points matching. For me, getting these points matched up is more important than getting the centre one matched up. So I'll
100%.
keep my finger where it is, because this point here, if that is off, that's going to be more obvious than that one being off. So when I was lining up my pieces, I focused on that particular point there more so than the centre, because as you can see, when you've got the contrast of the light with your patterns, it would stick out like a sore thumb. But equally so, if you're a couple of mil off, don't go crazy about unpicking everything, because sometimes unpicking can do more damage to your fabric because you can kind of stretch it out if you're not careful. So when it came to lining them up, again, I got my squares and I laid them one on top of the other because it's nice and easy to line up those squares. And I did use pins a lot. You could use quilting clips if you wanted to. And again, when I'm putting this into my machine, this is all, you can be doing this bit while you're sat in front of the TV. I came in from the shallower side when it comes to the bulk of the fabric, so the only 2 layers there, because that's an easier way for most machines to accommodate the fabric. And then just have a little look, because you'll see where those little triangles come together, and just make sure that they line up. And then sometimes if you've got a little bit and it goes off a little bit at the edges, which can happen when you're cutting your fabrics, then just don't worry as much of those, because you will trim up as time goes on a little bit later on anyway. So just do a couple of those. Now, these ones will go on the ends, so I'm not going to actually attach those at the moment, but all I'm going to do is stitch these, again, 1/4 of an inch, working your way through. In fact, I don't know if I did oh, it was on the line, so it didn't matter, did it? So, yeah, 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to go over to my 1/4 of an inch on this sewing machine, which is under menu 2.
Oh, fab. So with
Bear
your
with me a
sewing machine, you
second.
don't need a 1/4 of an inch foot because you've got a 1/4 of an inch stitch.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is the Opal 670, thank you, which is coming up at 12 o'clock. We are dropping the price like never before. Have you been doing your research? Have you had a look online to see the RRP and the best price that you can get it for anywhere else? Well, we're going to beat that. We're going to do the biggest crash we've ever done for this machine. Hundreds of pounds coming off. It's an amazing deal, an amazing deal. You're not going to want to miss this.
Absolutely. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to offer up my fabrics, and I'm going to take that 1/4 of an inch seam. So I'm going to hold it on the side of the foot there, and the needle, I'm just going to make sure it has moved over onto the 1/4 of an inch. Let me just go back to 1 to see first of all. No, hold on.
If that quilt kit is sitting in your basket, do remember to check out. Don't miss out on this lovely quilt. It is absolutely beautiful. It's really, you know, sometimes shabby chic quilts are a little bit pale.
There we go.
And a little bit wishy-washy for me.
I hadn't pressed OK, and it didn't look as if it was in the right position.
You're
so,
right.
yeah, so I'm happy
This has
now.
got a lovely strength to it, hasn't it? Those lovely deep burgundies and raspberry reds, that gorgeous spearmint.
Threads come out the needle now. Why does this always happen? Right, let me just rethread that very quickly.
Don't you worry.
You have got a needle threader on this one as well. So obviously we'll go through the machine in closer detail later on, but you've got a needle threader, you've got scissors on here as well, so it's going to cut your fabric.
Oh, it's got the thread cutter.
You've got a fixed stitch on here as well. You can drop the feed dog, so if you wanted to do things like your free motion, then you can do that quilting your layers together.
Yep.
Needle up, needle down, reverse. You can sequence your stitches up to 20 combinations.
Wow.
And you have got absolutely loads of decorative stitches on here. So there we go, let's threaded that up.
Awesome.
And get that through there. Don't lose the end, Hayley. So off we go again. So again, I'm going to piece these pieces together. Now that I've got my 1/4 inch set up, and I'm just going to work my way along. Drop the foot down, Hayley, that always helps. And then off we go. So again, I would have however many ready to go, all chained up, and then basically stitching those together. And then I'm going to press those. This is the point where I would press them open. So I would open up those seams and press those flat.
Yeah, and that will help distribute that little bit of bulk.
Absolutely, because you've obviously got multiple layers there, and if that's all going over one side, then that can be quite chunky. Moment of truth, okay. Oh, that's not too bad. I'm quite happy with that.
That is spot on.
I'm happy. I'll take that.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate that, please, everyone?
Absolutely. That's a feel-good moment. That's going in my CV.
Fantastic.
So again, because I've already best pressed my fabrics, I know that when I press that, it's going to keep that nice and crisp. And there we go. So there's that piece. And then we're going to come in with the side pieces. So again, these are kind of like your connectors. So it will tell you again how many of these you need. And these, again, are going to go off to the side like so. So you haven't got anything other than the edges really on these to line up. So quite forgiving, this little stitch that you're doing
Yeah,
here.
there's actually, there's some parts that need to match up and quite a lot of it that doesn't.
Absolutely, yeah. It's almost like the design magically comes together, which is beautiful. Now, at this time, I've actually gone in on the chunkier side, I think. Mind you, I've got fabrics on both sides, so it doesn't really matter. But you'll know your machine, you'll know what it can cope with. And as I say, you're just going to be doing this on math. I don't know why I did that when I've got the scissors, but not to worry. So again, that's kind of going to go on that. And then you're going to mirror that over on this side. So just keep those rows coming together like so. Get those little wispy bits out. But can you see how I personally think keeping it as the squares does make sense? And that's why I know you'll potentially, as a novice quilter, if you've only done cushions or small pieces before, you might look at this and think, wow, that is an investment money-wise. But to be honest, oh my goodness, you're going to be able to achieve this so easily. And you're going to get an amazing quilt at the end of it. So I'm just going to press those seams open and trim a few of these little threads off, and then I'm going to attach that to the rest of my block that I've created. So excuse me for a moment.
Fantastic. I'll recap the quilt kit while you do that. So absolutely loads. 17 of you with this in your basket. Now remember, you're getting over 6 yards just of that gorgeous cream for your background. You get so much fabric in this kit. You've got your outer border, you've got your inner border and your binding, you've got your setting triangles, you've got so many fabrics from the Love You Always collection by Sandy Gervais. All of these included in your kit. They are absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. For £279.99. You've also got your full pattern, of course. This quilt is 84 inches by 102 inches. I think this is a really, really good candidate for long arm quilting. I would recommend getting it long arm quilted because 84 by 102, it is a very big quilt and probably bigger than most of us would want to quilt on a domestic sewing machine. Yeah. But that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to quilt everything yourself. And, you know, long arm quilting is such a lovely finish. This one actually has been long arm quilted with an all over meander or stipple. Sometimes called vermicelli.
Yes,
it's lovely.
And it's quite an open one as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Really beautiful. Like simple design, but beautiful.
Like it a lot. So, just to recap, I've got my strip that I've just put together, so I'm just pinning that in place. And again, this is where you're going to be marking up those points. So it's just finding where the pieces are sitting underneath. Again, if quilt clips are your thing, use your quilt clips. If not, use your pins. I just find sometimes that pins kind of hold things in place a little bit more so than quilt clips. It's just personal preference, really. Sometimes I'll use the quilt clips just on the side seams, just to the edge there, and then my actual marking up and bringing it close together. So I'm just going to sew across here now. So again, 1/4 inch, end to end. And this is literally a block. Told you it was easy, didn't I? I told you it was simple.
Yeah.
So yeah, very, very achievable. Repetitive process, so very easy for you to achieve it. Obviously, when you come to your pins, then do remove those, obviously.
Little question from Deborah. Great question, Deborah. Hi, Hayley. I'm new to using a sewing machine and a bit confused about the 1/4 inch that you just did on the machine. So do you line it up against the edge of the foot? How are you getting 1/4 inch?
Yeah, so what happens is, so if I just show you, let me just bring the machine round like so. Now, if I leave the foot down and I take the needle up, because you should really always have your needle up when you come to change your stitch to anything. So at the moment it's set as a 1/4 inch, and I've got the what I call the utility foot. So this is the regular foot that you use for the majority of your construction seams, whether you're dressmaking, whether you're quilting, and it's the one that will actually be on this particular machine. And most machines, you will have your general utility foot on it when you get it. So on the edge of the foot there, let me move that around there, you can see the fabrics are lining up. Now if I take this into the kind of the standard stitch that when you turn your machine off and turn it back on again, it's kind of almost like your factory reset. That is under the first menu and it's number 1. So when you actually sew with that, it will move the needle over. Now, I don't know if it's done that already. Let me just drop that down. Sometimes it's a case of like when you drop it up and drop it down, I haven't pressed OK. Remember to press OK. It makes a difference.
Yeah.
So click on OK and you'll see.
Oh.
Did you see it nudge then?
Yes.
Sorry,
so it's now in the centre.
So now it's sitting in the centre. So on this particular foot, you've got a little red mark in the centre. So that needle now, and I'll leave it so Dan can get right in there and show you. So that now is sitting in the centre of what we call the swing. Now the swing is when your needle will move from left to right. If you imagine it doing a zigzag, that is the swing of your machine. And that will vary from machine to machine. It could be as wide as 9 millimetres. It could be as narrow as 4 millimetres, 5 millimetres. They vary, different machines. So with this one, it's now sitting in the centre. Now, if you keep an eye on there, stay where you are, Dan, don't move. I'm going to change the menu and I'm going to go into the quilting stitches, which are part of menu 2. Select the 1/4 inch seam. And you ready for this? There you go. So I'm still lining it up with the edge of the fabric, which is a nice, easy way of actually lining up your fabric. But now the needle has moved to that 1/4 inch position. So even though I'm lining it in the same way as if it was in the middle, because the needle has moved, it's doing that 1/4 inch for me.
Amazing, thank you.
Does that help?
I think that's very, very helpful indeed.
Okay, right, I'll carry on. I'm halfway down, so let's just get to the end of that block and then work our way down. And yeah, just keep an eye on when you're sewing. When you turn your machine off, it will always go back to whatever the factory reset will be with your machine. So 9 times out of 10, it'll just go back to the centre. You can, with this machine, actually save your favourites. So if you have a particular combination that you like to use when it comes to quilting, like a stitch length, say if you prefer to stitch with a 1.5 mil or a 2 mil stitch, you can set that as one of your favourites. So that means then when you turn your machine on and you select that favourite, it will do all of the alterations. So it will make that 1/4 inch, it'll move it over, it'll make those stitches smaller. Because when you turn your machine off, it automatically resets perhaps to a larger stitch size and the needle being sitting in the middle. So all I'm going to do now is give that a press. But before I do that, let me show you that on the camera just so as you can see. And you can see what I was talking about, whereby you don't have to worry about the lining up. Your corners, they might go into the corner, they might not. Nothing should be shoved in the corner, really, should it? I mean, there's a
don't put baby in the corner.
Don't put baby in the corner. So if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's a beautiful looking block. So I would press that, and then obviously that is repeated. You'll find that sometimes you're using those centre fabrics on the outside. These 4 corners will always remain the same. So you'll see that in the quilt behind me. Those 4 corners will be exactly the same. It's just these change out. So you'll have 4 repeats of the one and you'll have your 4 repeats in the centre there as well.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And that is your block.
I think it's amazing actually that one simple block makes the whole quilt.
Absolutely.
It's just repeated in different colour combinations, and the way it's put together, it is very, very clever. And obviously the block is on point.
It is on point, which means it's kind of put together diagonally. So my square block that I've got here, it's not the exact same one as we've got in the corner, but I'll hold it up so you can kind of imagine how it's going to come together. So that is your centre point. Now, you've got your kind of cornerstones there, and they are actually stitched to these strips, which basically is the next stage of going around your block. We might have time to do that. I've got them cut, but we'll see how it goes. And then that will be your block. Yeah. So as Stuart said, it's on point, so it's diagonal rather than it being like that. It's on point. So you'll do that one, and then your next row is when you come in. So here you can see then you've got a series of 3. So you kind of, when you're sewing it like that. But then when you're constructing it, it comes together like so. And the way that you do that is by adding in these large triangles that you've got on the side. And you'll have 2 different styles of triangles. You'll have the larger ones that go on the side, and you'll have the smaller ones that will go on your 4 corners. And it's all explained in the instructions. They are basically squares, which it tells you the size, the dimensions, and you cut them either diagonally once or twice, depending on whether it's a corner or the side.
Awesome.
That's as complicated as it gets. It's just simple, straight sewing. Honestly, if this is your first ever quilt, oh my goodness, you're going to get so much satisfaction by creating a quilt like this. You're going to love it. You're going to love it.
It is absolutely beautiful. I think it's deceptively simple, actually. Like I say, for a beginner, I would, well, for almost everybody, I would say get it long-armed, because it's a big quilt. It is a big quilt.
Yeah, that is a good tip,
Yeah.
definitely.
But I mean, otherwise, for beginner level sewing, it's absolutely, you're drawing a line and sewing on the line. That is the easiest way to be accurate. It's lovely. Oh, I'm pretty tempted myself, actually.
Oh, do it, Stuart. If there's any
Very
left.
nice. Jane's message. Oh, Jane, no, it isn't. She's loving the quilt. Is the pattern available? It's not, I'm afraid, Jane. Gorgeous, isn't it? Christine's messaged as well. Morning, gorgeous, Stuart. Thank you. Hayley and Sewing Street team. What an amazing quilt. It's so pretty.
It is. It's gorgeous.
It is. It's gorgeous.
And I know it's an investment of any sewer's money, but to be honest, it's, yeah, if you can stretch to it, definitely do consider it because it's gorgeous, beautiful to work with, and overall, I mean, look at it, it's beautiful.
It is, it's lovely. When everyone's checked out their baskets, I've only got about 19 left. That's all. It's been really popular. It's gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Love the colours, love the prints as well. Fab. I have got 2 backing bundles still available. I've got the spearmint. Ice cream, is it? Oh, ice cream, sorry. Ice cream. 8 metres there for £53.84. It's a brilliant price. It's a lovely, lovely colour as well. £53.84, £10 saving. It's oversubscribed. Don't forget to check out your basket, please, if you want the ice green. And then the other one that I've got is the pink. I did have a blush that sold out, but this is the pink. Two of these bundles left. Can I just say, I would really recommend one of these thread boxes. They are just back in stock for piecing, for quilting, for applique. Let's do this first one. This is the Aurifil Pastel Collection. 12 spools, 1,300 metres per spool. That's like the equivalent of 13 individual spools of thread. 50 weight, so perfect for piecing, applique, quilting and construction. So you could do your dressmaking with these as well. 65, 66 pence 100 metres. It's brilliant value. 49.99 is your split pay. Well worth considering. It's a brilliant, brilliant investment in your sewing time. Always use the best thread you can afford. And it's a great opportunity to use the split pay if you want as well. Spread the cost. This is your classics collection. Again, you've got that fabulous classic sort of clotted cream colour, but then you've also got these lovely, rich, deeper shades. I can't decide, Hayley. I can't do or. I can
Yeah,
only
they
do
are gorgeous,
and.
aren't they? Yeah.
You only really do and.
You're so right about quality. That teaching, it's amazing how many people see these bundles and they think, oh, I'm going to get all these threads and what a bargain price. And there's often a reason, obviously not these threads, there's obviously a reason why they are such an economical price. And it's usually, I mean, what's that phrase? Buy cheap, buy twice sometimes. Yeah. But the prices here can lull you into that sense that you haven't got the quality, but here you get both of the quality and the value.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Absolutely. I always say buy the best quality you can afford. Buy the best quality you can afford. Been an amazing hour, Hayley. Thank you.
No problem.
You're setting on some sashing there.
I'm just, well, very quickly, I'll show you, just, I know we're running out of time,
it's all right.
but just very quickly, I've added the sashing to one side. I would add the same piece to the other side there, like so, and then I would basically top and tail it then with the piece that's got the little squares on the corner, and that is your block.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Before we go to a break, I just want to very quickly mention, because they're so gorgeous and such a gorgeous price, I have got a little bundle here. The price is going to knock your socks off. It's a William Morris rotary cutter, 45mm. Any 45mm blade will fit. Isn't that fab?
I love that.
You get your William Morris It's William Morris style. Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's not William Morris. It's like William Morris style. Okay. Thread snips. And then you get your tweezers as well. So useful when you're sewing small bits to be able to hold as you're going through your sewing machine, or for doing things like foundation paper piecing. Now, individually, that price for all of those added together would be £23.97, but not today. Oh no. Lust of stock. It's a ridiculous price. Ridiculous, Chris. Ridiculous. £11.99. One of those things. Amazing, amazing deal. We all need an extra rotary cutter, right? Don't use your lovely scissors for cutting thread. It'll blunt your scissors so fast. Use thread snips always. And those tweezers, again, so useful. Loads of great reviews on the fans page. We're going to go to a break, but we'll see you after the break. And I'll see you after the break too.
Now, a lot of people contact me saying, I really don't understand laundry symbols. It's in my book, but here we go. I'll teach you a few right now. Do not wash. Very simple, do not wash. You can wash in a washing machine, but look here, you need the temperature. Now, hand wash only. Look, they're quite simple really, aren't they? I'll go through a few more. Circle with the cross through it. Do not dry clean. Simple as that. Isn't it funny that you can't dry clean some things? Now, triangle with a cross through it. Do not use bleach. That's very important. Then drying your clothes. There's a line dry. There's dry flat. There's tumble dry on low, tumble dry on high. Do not tumble dry. It's always locked. If it's got a cross through it, it means you can't do it. And finally, ironing. 1 dot, low iron. 2 dots, medium iron. You've got the hang of this, haven't you? 3 dots, high iron. Cross through the iron, do not iron.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search SewingStreet. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m. each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
We've been waiting all day.
Can I just say, before anything else, I've had a lovely day, thank you.
Oh, me too. It's been,
It's been a cracking
it's
day,
been
really
fab. It's
enjoyed
been
it.
lovely. I know, it's so funny. Hayley started off this morning by apologising to me for being the only guest this morning. I was like, are you kidding me? This is
bless you.
wonderful. Right, we've been waiting all morning to see the price. Let's do it, Chris. First of all, let's put up, this is your regular price. This is your RRP, right?
It is, yeah, indeed.
£1,049 for a machine that is worth every single penny, right?
Time and time again.
We don't get the extension table for the normal price, though,
You
do
don't?
we?
You
No, we
don't?
don't get the... Now, an extension table, what's that, £50?
Easily, yeah, easily.
OK, so I'm thinking already it should be around about £1,100 actually for what you're getting with the extension table. But anyway, 1,049. Let's go to Husqvarna. There it is, £1,049. The lowest price that we've been able to find, and we're not going to mention where, but the lowest price we could find was £979. £979. So beating us.
Is that with the extension table?
It is with the extension table. So that's a great 979. Right, keep that price in mind. Let's do it.
Wow.
Now that, Chris, is that, let me do my maths right.
5-way split.
So that's 251 and then the £49 as well, isn't it? So it's over £300 saving. That's right, isn't it? And your extension table, actually look, £100 of value. So it should have been 11.50 thereabouts, and we're 11.49 and we are 7.49. That is, stop it.
I've just realised it's the floating extension table as well, so it hasn't got legs on it. So that would make sense, £100 mark for that.
£400 off your total price.
5-way split still.
5-way split pay. 5-way split pay. Wow. Wow. £149.80 to get it home. Wild. That's amazing. Let's... Wow, I'm blown away by that price.
This machine is incredible. Now, it's not an entry-level machine by any means, but it's simple enough to use as a new sewer. But it's kind of got bells and whistles on it that you aspire to get, that you might not necessarily get for a machine at this kind of price point. So, yeah.
Yeah, I say this often, compare. What else can you get for £749? If your budget's £1,100, if you can get all of that for £749, you'd do it, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I wouldn't spend £1,100 if I didn't need to.
No, absolutely, yeah, totally.
But what else can you get for £749? And it's about the quality, it's about precision, it's about those bells and whistles, but also it's the fundamentals that matter.
It is. You need to know that it's going to stitch beautifully every single time. So if I bring this in for you to have a little look at, this is where you can see some of the features that you've got on this machine. So you can do your sequencing. So if you're wanting to do your personalisation, your names on the kids' uniforms, on anything you like, you have got up to 20 characters. You can add spaces in there. You can snip out those spaces if you're wanting to, if you don't want that connective line going with it. But then you can incorporate the decorative elements with this one. So if you're wanting to personalise but add a little kind of squiggle at the beginning, a squiggle at the end, which are mirrored. Quilt makers, if you're putting your labels, you can put your labels on the back of your quilts. And then I love that little kind of formation that we've got the car and the caravan. Those are two of the stitches that have been put together.
It's really cute. Oh, they're two separate stitches.
Two separate stitches.
That is super cute. I love that. I love that. I think on a quilt label, you should always put when you started and when you finished. It's good to know how long it took you. Oh, let's show you why this machine is so amazing and the value at £749. Now, remember, this price is good until we sell out or the clock strikes midnight.
Okay.
And then just like Cinderella, everything turns into a pumpkin, okay? The price will go back up to £1,049, which is still a good price. You're still getting £100 saving effectively because you're getting that floating extension table worth £100 for free. However, I want you to save the equivalent of £500 on this machine by getting it today with that amazing price drop. Absolutely amazing price drop. I think it's £400 total, isn't it? Because it's not 500. It's 400 in total, even with that extension table. It's just fantastic. It's absolutely the nearest we've got here, price-wise. Okay, Chris, you were telling me was the Elna 570A. Much smaller throat space, far fewer stitches. It's got one alphabet. It doesn't have an extension table. It's a much smaller machine. That is properly like your entry level. That's £679. So that's, what is that, about £70-80 cheaper, but a lot less for your money.
Yeah, this one is feature rich.
You want £1,100 worth of value for £749.
Absolutely, yeah, every single time. And it's a machine that's going to grow with you, because quite often what we find is when we're buying those entry-level machines, we don't know how far our journey is going to go with sewing. But with these, you can see you've got a whole host of different stitches. Lots of utility stitches. We've already used that 1/4-inch steam allowance earlier on today. You don't need a special foot in order to do that. It's all done with a touch screen. As you can see here, it comes with a little stylus, so you can get in there and actually press all the different buttons that you need to. And you've got all of your stitches in a variety of different menus, if you will. But equally so, you can actually go in and you can select your favourites or set your favourites. So shall I turn the machine around so we can have a proper look at the screen?
Hey, is that your, is it called the Stitch Advisor?
The Stitch Advisor, yeah.
At the top, where it says medium woven.
Yes.
So it's even telling me what fabric the stitch is.
Exactly.
I've never seen that before on a machine.
Well, this is something that Husqvarna Viking pioneered. They came up with the concept of this being part of their machines. So it means even for the most novice sewers, you can select what type of fabric it is that you're sewing with and the stitch that you're wanting to achieve, whether it's a seam, whether it's a buttonhole, and it will automatically tell you what you need to know. In fact, it will set the settings for you. So it will alter all the different bits and pieces that you need to get the optimum stitch. And that's really useful sometimes if you're working with a fabric you're not familiar with, like a stretch fabric, for instance, or you're working with something like a leather fabric, things that you don't necessarily come across every single day. Or sometimes if you're doing something like a blind hem, which I always have to look up how to fold it because I always forget. But it's one of those things that this is going to teach you as you go. And then obviously if you know the settings, you can just jump in straight away. But that is something that Husqvarna Viking came up with on their machines.
Now, lots of you have got this machine in your basket. If you've got a question that you need answered, if you've a query, or does it have this, can I do that? Get your messages through. We'll put them through to Hayley and we'll answer them live and help you to get the information you need. Right.
Okay, now the first thing I'm going to show you is the extension table before we get into the nitty-gritty, because I'll forget to tell you otherwise. So this is a floating extension table. Now what that means is it hasn't got any feet on it. So that means you're not restricted with regards to items that you're working with. So if you're working on the hem of a large garment or something like that, where you might want to take kind of the support of the extension table, you have got there, and your fabric can drape all the way around because you haven't got those legs getting in the way. But one of my favourite features on this extension table is this guide. Now when yours comes to you, we'll need to pop that on. You just slide it on from the left-hand side and it will slide in. But this is your guide. Now this allows you to put your fabrics up against this side if you're wanting to and sew. So if you're doing a hem or something like that, you need to know that it's going to be kind of consistent because you can't see it on the stitch plate. Then you can slide that in and out, okay? Oopsie-daisy. Slide it in and out like so. But what gets even better is when you raise the foot, so you'll raise the foot to a standard height. This has actually got additional height that you can take it to. So by moving that lever just that little bit further, you can see that foot will raise even higher. So if you've got multiple layers, quilting, if you're wadding, anything with loft, you can take that little bit higher. But it also means that I can take that guide and pass it underneath the foot and then use it on the right-hand side as well.
Clever.
So that makes it, so if I was doing a garment, I would then have that as my hem or my curtains or something like that. I can set that up using the guide that I've got on the end here, going from 0 outwards. I can make sure that that is set at the size that I need to get that perfect hem. So that's, it's a bit of a Billy bonus, but I think it's an important one. All right, let's move that out of the way like so. So let's have a look at that screen and all the fabulous things we can do with this machine.
This machine looks bang up to date. It's so fresh and modern looking, isn't it?
Absolutely. So this is your little menu screen, and this is where you're going to access it using your little stylus. And what you tend to find with Husqvarna Viking is they use almost like universal icons throughout their brands. So if you've got another Husqvarna Viking, you'll probably be familiar with this being your kind of stitch selector. So when you click on there, it will give you this little menu that you've got. So you've got your stitch menu, which has got that little straight stitch and the zigzag. You've got your favourites, which are your hearts, as you've got here, and you can set this up with lots and lots of different favourites. So you've got 8 different opportunities, and these can be overridden at any time.
Oh, so they're like almost little files that
They
you
are.
can...
Yeah, so they're useful as well.
Clever.
I've also got one set up there just as my 1/4" seam, so I can just literally click on that and I don't have to select it in another way. But that could be any stitch that you like to have at a certain width or a certain length. You can program that in, so it's there as that kind of quick button. Then you've got your fonts, your alphabet. So you've got 4 different styles in here. 2 of them are your Cyrillic and... I don't know. They've got the funny name, haven't they, those 2? They're quite decorative, to be honest, but obviously I tend to use these 2, and those are the ones that I've used. If I bring that in here, you can see you've got those. And then they're kind of ones that you can see.
Yeah, really good size. Really good size.
Because sometimes fonts are kind of quite tricky to see. This one has got, I think it's a 7mm swing, which means that that's the advantage. Those letters are going to be more prominent. But let's go back into the original menu, which is this one here. Now, on the left-hand side, you can see you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, these relate to the different menus that we've got on the top of the machine. Now, I don't know whether we're able to get to that one with this camera, or whether it needs to kind of...
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, no.
Oh, okay.
So, don't know whether I can I tilt it? We're trying to find it the easiest way of showing you. Hold on, I think we might be there. We might be there.
That's it, awesome. Yes,
perfect.
Thank you.
So what you've got here, it's very antisocial sewing machine, I have to say. If you're sitting down, you're kind of bobbing up and down like this. This is something that I love because all the stitches are there at your fingertips. They are detailed within the user guide that comes to you, and I'll show you that in a moment. You do, yeah.
A lot of stitches.
A lot of stitches, but they're set in basically different menus. So you've got menu 1, menu 2, menu 3, and menu 4, which are obviously the 4 menus that we just looked at a few moments ago. They've then got numbers as well. So if you wanted to select, say, that stitch, you'd be looking at menu 1, and you'd be looking at stitch number 8. So that's the same with any of these, including all these beautiful decorative stitches that you've got. And you're working your way, I'm going to have to put my glasses on, I think it's 50, isn't it? Is it 200 stitches, 200 different styles of stitches that you've got in here? So it's a lot of stitches. 200
stitches, 4 different fonts, and loads of buttonholes, I think.
There is, yeah, there's loads of buttonholes with this one. And also you've got, talking about...
It's one way of doing it.
It's upside down the back, but never mind. While we're talking about buttonholes, you've got quite an unusual buttonhole foot. Ooh. So this is one that is brilliant because many of us are familiar with a one-step buttonhole foot, which is brilliant, but you put in your button in the little holder.
Yeah.
With this one, you're not. When you actually put this into your machine, it will ask you the size of your buttonhole.
Whoa.
So that means that if you're working with the larger buttons or you want to put slots in for weaving ribbon or whatever occasion, you can do those to whatever you're wanting.
Loops or, belt opening for a
and
belt.
I think that's 50mm, if I remember right. It's a while since I've stitched that one out. So you'll program it to whichever the buttonholes you're wanting to do and put that stitch length in there and it will do that for you.
Hayley, feel free to say no, but can I put you on the spot? Would you sew us a buttonhole?
Yeah,
can you
can do, yeah.
I want to see this foot in action, don't you?
Okay, right, so...
Because that will sell it for me. For me, a sewing machine has got to do a beautiful straight stitch. I want it to be able to do lovely piecing, and I want to be able to do a really gorgeous buttonhole.
Okay, yeah.
You do those things.
That's your tick box, isn't it?
That's all the tick box. The other stitches, bells and whistles,
they're
are extras for me.
It's a bit like your washing machine or your microwave, isn't it? You tend to use the same things over and over again, but you want them to do it well. Yeah. So it will come, your machine, with your standard foot on there. So this is your letter A foot, as you can see. And that's where the machine will actually give you guidance as to which foot you need for which stitch. Do pay attention to that because if you are looking at doing any of your decorative stitches, you can find that they snag if you haven't got the right foot. And that's purely because you'll have a lot of stitches on the surface of your fabric. And what you need to have is a little groove that's going to slide over those stitches. So with this one, it's kind of clamping the foot down on the stitches, whereas that one, it's going to be gliding over. So that is important. Take guidance from the machine, which will tell you. Now, this one, they simply just pull off. You've got your little ankle there, so they'll come off that. There's a little kind of clip. You can kind of see that little jaw
at the
there.
Front.
So that is where your foot or any of your feet are going to attach. So all you're going to do is make sure, obviously, the needle is out of the way. Make sure your threads aren't caught up either. And then you're just going to clip that in place. Oh, hold on. There we go. So clip that into that jaw like so. It just clicks. Let me just put my glasses on because I can't see if that thread's
Jean's
caught
messaged
up.
in. Thank you, Jean. I bought this machine as a bundle with the overlocker. I love it. I've just done a buttonhole for the first time. It was really easy.
Well, I was saying earlier on about how they're not a nemesis of mine, but it's one of those ones that I avoid doing buttonholes if I can.
A little bit make or break, can't
well, they can. If you're taking your time and your trouble to actually make a garment, then the last thing that you want is for it to be ruined with a kind of wonky buttonhole. Now, I don't know whether Danny's going to be able to get the camera coming in this direction.
Oh, yeah,
perfect. There's a little kind of black box you can see under there. Now, this little plug that we've got here is going to go into that. So all you do is, it's kind of, there you go. You can suddenly give it a wiggle and you'll find that it'll go into the right place and then just give it a little push There you go. And now that is in place like so. So now when I actually come to choose my buttonhole, which is under menu 1, I will be able to select. So let's just go for a standard one, which is number 25. So I'm in menu 1. So if any of these menus you're using, it's exactly the same. You'll find the menu that has got your stitch in the row, and then you'll find the number that locates that particular stitch. So let's go for number 25. Okay. And then click on OK. So there you go. Now you can see it's telling me which of the feet that I need to use. So I can see that I've got my buttonhole foot there. It's even telling me the needle that I need because I've got it selected as your woven medium, as you can see there.
Clever.
I've got my speed there. I've got my length of my buttonhole. So that's what we're going to change in a few moments. And we've also got the width of that buttonhole. So although they are preset, you can play around with those as much as you want.
So where that says that, like, the height of your button is 16, is that 16 millimetres?
That's, yes, yeah, for the,
Perfect,
for the left
yeah.
to the right,
Yeah.
yeah. You can even stitch your buttons in place with this machine as well. So let's make that a little bit larger. So you can go as large as you like, so it will go right the way up to, I think it was 50 that is the maximum it will go to. So let's, this could go one or two ways. There we go. Yeah, it's 50. You can alter the kind of the zigzag and the density if you're wanting to. Yeah, you're pretty much ready to go. So all you need to do is when you actually come to the foot, it's a bit tricky to show. I'll take it back off so you can see. And I'll bring it round to the front so as you can see. So you've got a little whiter area on the wheel. Now, don't worry, this is all detailed in the user manual when it comes to it. But you've got a little white area there, and that is the area that you need to be sitting where that little white mark is. So it needs to be sitting in there for it to start off your buttonhole.
Just somewhere within
Just somewhere
that.
in there. I tend to do it to, yeah, I tend to put it to the front. I don't know if it makes a massive difference as to where it is sitting in there, but it's almost like the reset, shall we say. So let's put that back in place then, pop that back under, excuse me, ducking down again.
You know, I love, it's become quite a modern thing now that machines have a foot that you plug in and it sort of talks to the machine.
Does the bits that
you know what I
need to,
mean?
yeah.
That's not technically what it does, but I just love that connectivity.
Absolutely. So we've got it set up now. So all I'm going to do now is drop the foot down. Okay, so you'd mark up where you're putting your buttonholes and things like that, and you would drop your foot down and then press on either the start button or you can press with the pedal. When it comes to do buttons, I tend to use the start-stop button because if you take your foot off the pedal, then I think it stops. So start-stop, press on there, and I have got the pedal in the machine at the moment as well. Some machines won't allow you to actually sew with the start-stop as well at the same time as working with the having the foot in place. So what did it's gone back. I think because we went back, it's reset from the 50.
Okay.
So, but that's okay, but there you go.
worries.
So it's raised the foot up, there you go.
Oh, lovely.
So it's cut the threads as well. So that is a 16 mil.
That's a lovely
button.
looking buttonhole.
So it's a little over 1.5 centimetres, that particular one. And it'll be slightly oversized to allow you to actually get your kind of button through that hole. But let's do a 51 as well, because that's what we were originally doing. So I'm going to go back to the little menu and then change that to 50.
So do you have to wind the wheel back to...
You do. You go back to your restart, yeah.
Like that?
We're there?
Like that?
Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah.
And then
Cool.
again, you line it up wherever it is that you want it. You often would draw a chalk mark or a heat erasable pen if you've got lots that you're doing at the same time. And then all you do is you'll drop the foot down. Now, if you do forget to put the foot down, it will remind you. And then you press the stop button and off it will go. Now, can you see on the screen here? I don't know, I'm sorry I'm making you move all over the place, bless him. No chance of having a doze in this hour, is there? So adjust the white line, the white area to the white line.
I've done it wrong, haven't I?
So it's just telling me that it might be just a little bit further over. You're probably best just sitting it in the centre.
Yep.
There we go. And then you'll drop that down. So if you do
it wrong.
if you do it, but I'm glad you did. I'm glad we rehearsed that earlier.
I did it wrong.
We rehearsed that earlier, obviously. So once we're ready to go, there we go. Now it still doesn't like it. So hold on, let's have a little look. Perhaps it has to go right to the beginning. It's a while since I've done one on here, I must admit. Oh, hold on. Okay.
I think I've got it worked out. I think the white line goes between... Is there a white line at the front as well? No. Let's try it.
Oh, there we go. Wherever you put it is the right point. Perhaps it's right at the back that you have to put it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a super duper size
I've never seen a
buttonhole.
machine do a buttonhole this big.
And what I'm also doing at the same time is I'm using the guide from the extension table to keep that fabric parallel on the left-hand side. So it's going straight exactly where I need it to go. Don't touch it as I've just done because it will kind of throw it off kilter. Just almost support the fabric as it's feeding through. So ignore that little wobbly line at the end there because that's me, human getting involved.
Operator error.
Absolutely, leave the machine to do it itself. But there you go, so it's going to cut the threads for me and then when I raise that foot up, there you go, you can see. Isn't that gorgeous?
That's amazing.
And that's me being me.
That's amazing. Now remember, this price of £749, we have never, ever done it at this price before. It's not going to be a regular price by any means. This is a very special opportunity. At midnight tonight, that price will go back up to £1,049. Midnight tonight. If you're a minute over, that's what you will pay. So get it now for £749. Get your free £100 worth of floating extension table as well. Derek says this buttonhole foot could make this machine a must-have.
Absolutely,
Oh, wow.
couldn't agree more.
I agree with you, Derek. Like I say, there's only a couple of things I need a machine to do, but it's got to do them beautifully.
It's the precision, it's the finish. That's what you're paying for in a machine, isn't it? And that's the key thing. I'm using one of the sequences that I've programmed in here. So this could be something that you're doing on the back of your quilts, like you say, your start date, your completion date.
Yep.
Could be a personalisation, it could be a date of birth, it could be whatever you want it to be. So it's stitching the fabric, moving forwards and backwards depending on what it needs to do. So all I'm doing is just putting a soft, gentle touch on the fabric so as it doesn't skew off.
Sure.
I could have the seam guide on this side here to keep it parallel as I'm going. And then when I am ready, all I need to do is press on the stop button and then that will kind of finish off. Now I've pressed stop, but nothing's happened. So why is nothing happening?
Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen is it's going to continue, and I've got the little light on there to show that it's acknowledged that I've pressed that button, but it's going to complete that sequence.
Yes.
So it's not going to start halfway through the word completed.
Okay.
It's not going to stop halfway through the lettering. It will stop at the end of that sequence.
It won't stop until it's completed.
Exactly. Let's see what you did there. So there you go. So you can see if you just want one repeat, then you can go for that. And then obviously it will just do that as many times as you want. Or if you are doing a heart or any of the other decorative stitches, let's bring up one of the other decorative stitches and show you how that works again. I'm going to go into menu 3. Let's go for stitch number 3, which are circles. So again, I'm going to bring that guide over actually, and I'll show you how I would do this if I was at home. And this could be that you're wanting to add some decoration to the bottom of a sleeve or the bottom of a hem or a border going around something.
Which is a lovely idea. We love our embroidery.
Absolutely. It's kind of a transition into embroidery without having to put things into a hoop.
Loads of you with this in your basket. Fast approaching a third of my stock. Gone. Spoken for. Don't miss out, will you? Don't miss out. This is everything you get. 8-inch sewing surface. That is amazing. Is that your needle to, is that your throat space? 8 inches?
Yes. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that
so you can roll up your quilts, yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's absolutely worth the money. 200 beautiful stitches, 7mm wide. Kathleen's got in touch. Wow. Thank you, Hayley. I've had the Opal 690 for 6 years. Great machine. But never been brave enough to do buttonholes.
Do that.
Kathleen. This demo changed that. Great.
I saw a bit of calico.
Everything's getting a buttonhole.
Whether it needs it or not. Now I'm doing a series of it's like a little circle that it's doing, but again, even though it's a small repeat, I can press that stop button, that light will come on, and then when it's finished the last of those circles, it will stop. Finish it to perfection. I've got my scissors on there so I can cut my threads, and then when I bring that out from underneath the foot, you can see I have got that spot on, and because I used the guide, you can have it parallel to the end.
It's lovely. And I love that you can actually sort of set it so it will finish on a full repeat, and then it finishes, you cut your thread, you're done, you're ready to move on.
Now all I've done different on this one, it's got completed, as you can see there. All I've gone in it with my my unpicker is kind of take out those connectives,
Yeah.
which you can do if you want, you don't have to.
Absolutely, absolutely. I just think it's a very, very smart machine. Remember, value-wise, we're really struggling to try and find something comparable at that. Well, even at this price, the £749, you know, at £1,000 plus. We've got some other machines that we can compare it to. It compares incredibly favourably with other machines at that same price. And Husqvarna have been making sewing machines for a very long time, Hayley.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. It's a name that we often kind of remember for things like engineering and garden tools and things like that. But Husqvarna Viking is kind of the offshoot from that company.
Loads of you in baskets. Well done, those of you who are checking out your baskets. Lots of you now checking out your baskets. You've seen enough. You know why you want this machine, and you definitely want to take advantage of that £400 saving, £300 off the price just like that today, and another £100 value in that floating extension table, which is huge, hugely useful, beautifully engineered, and you know what? That is incredibly stable. I was wondering how stable it would be. Without legs, incredibly stable.
It's probably the most stable you can be when you're legless.
Love it. See what you did there. Brilliant, brilliant.
Now, it does come with a user guide as well, and this is something else that I'm very proud of that Husqvarna Viking do, because with this one, this is literally your UK version. So it's not like a multilingual one where you have to find that section. You've got literally everything that you need to know. So you can just reference this at any time that you need to. Shows all of the different feet and how to use them. It gives you all the different stitches and suggestions on which presser foot to use, the different scenarios that you'll use them with, and you can see all of these different elements here. These are the stitches. All the stitches that you've got in this centre section here are the stitches that you've got on the 670, and it will literally take you through step by step how to get your and this is something else. I mean, you don't always get how to get the tension right, how to understand the tension on your machine. So much in here, so much information, that this is going to make you so confident when it comes to sewing, because you're going to get those results time and time again. And this is where it will explain to you the sewing advisor, where you've got your different variations of fabric, you've got your quick go-tos, your shortcuts, if you will, of certain stitches. But any stitch that you're using on this machine, you can set up the sewing advisor and it will tell you the settings that you need.
Here come the checkouts. Everyone's checking out their basket now. There's so many of you with it in your basket as well. Another 6 of you. Absolutely fantastic machine. Well done. You've got yourself such a fantastic machine there and made a massive, massive saving. Are you taking advantage of split pay? Excuse me. Remember, split pay is an option to spread the cost. You've got 5 split pays available on this machine, which means you only have to spend about £149.80 today to get the Husqvarna, to lock in that saving. If you waited until midnight tonight, the split pays have gone, the saving has gone. It's now £1,049 all in one go. Grab it now. Now, we've also got this fabulous overlocker. You were using this earlier on for your Chameleon
This has
top.
changed my thinking about overlockers, this machine.
Tell me why.
I have an overlock, and I still got it because I paid over £1,000 for it, so I'm not going to part with it lightly. But the reason I'm not keen on overlocking then was because when I actually came to thread the machine up, it was the access all areas that I liked with this particular one. Yeah. So when you actually take the thread basket off, sorry, again, funny angles, pull that off. First of all, it's not a net bag.
Right.
I paid over £1,000 for my overlocker and I got a net bag.
Okay.
So that's the first big plus.
This is a nice solid container.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So you've got that in there. You've also got your area that you can access where you, and this is pretty much the same with most overlockers. Standard, you open that up and then that will drop down, again, doing it at a funny angle.
Let me turn it around for you.
Sorry.
Otherwise, well, if we go from this side, Dan, can you pick it up from the back? Thank you. As we said earlier on, sometimes we make things look harder than they are because we're doing them back to front.
Absolutely, yes. It's being in TV land.
That's it.
So that's much better. So yeah, you can see that that's where that that little thread basket catches in. that way around, catches in there, and then obviously just remove that when you need to. So this here, this little kind of slidey bit, that is standard with most overlockers. You drop that down and that gives you access to the upper and the lower loopers, which are these pieces here that move in and out. And these are the ones that are kind of forming your stitches as you go.
So normally this would be the access you'd have to do the threading for your overlocker.
Absolutely.
That can really fox a lot of people.
Well, this is it. Now, the upper one that you've got here, it's quite easy to access that one. It's quite open. But the tricky one is this one here, because that little arm that you've got there, you have to get the thread, and you can kind of see the thread going off into like an unknown area inside the machine. But then you have to kind of get it through this bit and come back out again. Well, if you imagine you can't get in there, it's really tricky to do so. And once I got my overlocker set up, my original one, it was great until I wanted a different colour thread.
Yeah.
And then it was like I had to go through it every single time, and it'd take an hour to get a good stitch out. Oh, absolutely.
Show us the magic.
So pull this little lever here, and there you go.
That's what we want.
So now I can access those loopers without any issue at all. So I will change my threads regularly and get the most out of my machine. So that's what it is with this one. You get the most out of your machine because you've got that simple thing there that means so much.
Why isn't everyone doing this, Hayley?
I don't know. And doing it for such an affordable price as well.
It's amazing. Well, it's £399, £133 on split pay, 3 split pays. That's fantastic. But also, look, you're also getting this box of premium overlocker threads, 4 cream, 4 grey and 4 black thrown in. I mean,
These are
really
brilliant.
is fantastic. They're great threads. You've got your foot pedal. Can you use it without the cutter as well as with the cutter?
Just getting my pedal.
That's what we're doing it. Oh, yes. So you can use it with and without the cutter?
You can, yes.
Without the blade.
You've got a seam guide as well.
Oh, I like that.
Now, a seam guide, sorry, again, I need to grow a few inches, don't I? A seam guide, often you get with a sewing machine. We've just looked at one. But with this one, you've got this little slider here that will allow you to slide it in and out so as you can line up your fabric and cut off whatever kind of dimensions that you need to cut off.
Again, why isn't everyone doing this? It seems so obvious.
You can do all the things that you'd like to do with an overlocker as well, and I'll show you the manual in a few moments. You can do things like your rolled hems, you can do all of those different features. Now, our counters are quite high, so I'm just going to bring the pedal up and operate it on the top here. So all you would do, and I was talking about overlocking your fabrics before you actually put them in the washing machine or whatever, you would just literally line that up. You've got 2 needles in here. Depends on the stitch that you're wanting to do. We'll look at some of those again in the book in just a few moments. But you're literally just pressing on that pedal and it will feed the fabrics through. So in one easy formation, it is cutting those threads, it is overlocking the edges, and then all you need to do is bring it round to the front. And there you go. You can see you've got a pristine stitch out front and back. Now, I know I've got cream on cream, but my top tip, when you get an overlocker for the first time, or even if you are a seasoned, or you've got one that you've not used, on your machine, now if we can go up just a little bit, Dan, you have got your tension dials. Now, your tension dials are in different colours. So you've kind of got your orange, your blue, your red and your green. Now, my top tip, before you even start working with an overlocker, and we're too keen to use it on a project, aren't we?
Of course.
Take a bit of time to understand what these do and how they interact between each other. Now, how do you do that? Well, first of all, you get an orange thread and you put it on that thread.
Does it have to be a special overlocker thread? Could I just use a reel of any
just
sewing
use anything,
thread?
Madeira, who I work alongside, they do one called Aero Lock. Lots of other brands will do one specifically for overlockers. It's more so the size of the spool than anything. So you've got the larger ones. I've got 2 different sizes of spool on mine at the moment because you do get these like plastic discs that will help you house the larger spools as well. So you've got those in there. So that offers some stability for when those larger spools are on there, or you can use the smaller ones. Quite often, I will change these 2 because those are the ones that are going to help with the formation of the stitches. So when you're actually doing an overlocker seam, and I've chosen to do it in the most inconvenient point on here. Let me just go across here and I'll show you what I mean. I'll just take that across there and hopefully we'll be able to, I mean, I'm cutting off quite a bit here, but you can still do it. So there you go. So what the reason being is when you actually come to do your seam, those are the bits that you're going to see on your seams.
Oh, I see.
So you can alter that. I've got it at quite a long stitch at the moment because I was neatening the edge of my fabrics earlier. But you can take that right the way down to a number 1 if you're wanting to, so they're much smaller. And then that is the bit that would be your seam on your garment. So you could change those threads. So as if there are any stitches showing on your seam, they're going to be the same colour of whatever you've chosen.
So you could leave the other 2 threads the same throughout.
Yeah.
It's a very economical tip.
Tend to find that when you're working with an overlocker, 9 times out of 10 you'll have a white, a cream, a grey and a black. Those will be kind of your colours that you will use the majority of the time. They don't tend to be all the different colours that we tend to get. You know, with your threads, you cannot. There's such a tiny difference sometimes in your blues or your greens. You don't tend to get that with overlockers.
And you don't need to do that.
You
Great,
don't need
lovely.
to.
Don't forget, you get your black, your grey and your creamy white overlocker threads, and these are the Madeira Aerolock threads. Now, lots and lots of you with this in your basket. I do need to let you know that's a third of my stock taken care of now.
Wow.
We don't have huge numbers of these, low double figures of both the Opal 670 and this S100 overlocker, amber overlocker. Really, actually very low figures.
We do struggle to keep this one in stock, I have to say. Yeah, we don't always have it available.
You know, we have got, you know, I can think of at least one other overlocker that we have round about the same sort of price. Not with that.
Yeah.
Not with double doors. Not with that easy access.
Yeah.
Not with that thread, that seam guide. That is so clever.
Absolutely.
Now,
I've got the machine turned on at the moment. So for anybody that's like, oh, you've got the machine on. When you've actually got the front open, that pedal will not work. So even if you forget to turn it off when you're kind of doing the workings, or you've got a dog that likes to sit by your feet,
right? Yes,
and can accidentally sit on the pedal, it won't operate. And as I was saying, you just thread them up with your different colour threads. See how those tensions make those different stitches interact together, and get to know your overlocker. It comes with a nice little set of tools that are on board here. So you've got little things like the screwdriver, you've got the ability to put the stitch finger in and out. Now, these are ones that you look at and people will go, stitch finger, oh no, she's talking a different language now. That's it, I'm switching off. These are the things that will create those loops that go on the edge of your fabrics. You don't always need those, and I'll show you that in just a few moments. So you've got your onboard tools here, but besides that, you will get a little bag of goodies. Now, in your bag of goodies, you're going to get things like extra needles in there. You're going to get your tweezers in there, which are going to help with your threading up. You've got kind of all sorts of little bits and pieces. So whatever type of spool you're working with, you're going to be able to work with. And it comes pre-threaded.
Oh, lovely.
So you haven't even got to thread it when it arrives.
Can I just say, we've just done a little check, and our nearest equivalent machine we've got is the Elna 664 Pro. That is £549. Does that come with thread? No. No.
I think those threads are about 45-ish pounds, I think.
And just, there's a lot of value here today, isn't there?
Absolutely.
You are getting an amazing deal. And the thing is as well, you know, I do think that often we are loyal to a certain brand of sewing machine. Like my overlocker is a completely different brand to my sewing machine. I mix and match, and that, because actually I want different things.
Yes, yeah.
Different things are important. And I'm just going to say it, this is one time where I'd be like, yeah, if I'm loyal to a particular, maybe I always like that sewing machine, I'm going to look at the features of an overlocker, and that's what I'm going to go for. Brilliant demo. Thanks, Hayley. That's Sue in Hampshire.
Oh, I've got a few more yet. So don't go anywhere. Very quickly, again, the user guide is all in UK, so it is one of those situations that you're not finding a section for you to understand. So you've got a lot of information here, all about how to get the best stitches, how to get the tension adjusted so it stitches out beautifully. And then you've got this little setting kind of section, shall we say, in the middle here. So you can see all these different stitches. So these are different types of stitches that you're able to do, including things like picot stitches down at the bottom there. You've got a rolled hem, and these are all literally...
I was going to ask you if you could do a rolled hem.
Well, it's literally a case of that you've got the instructions in order to do so. Now, I've got some stitched out samples I'll show you, but if we have a chance, we can do that one of those as well.
Can I just ask you a few quick fire questions?
Yeah, please.
Can I use this overlocker to do things like activewear, yoga wear, sportswear?
Absolutely. And people fall into the kind of the that's why you get an overlocker. That's the only reason you would get an overlocker, and that's not the case.
No, but we can do those. Can we do things like stretchy jersey, T-shirt material? All
Absolutely.
That kind of...
It's going to help you get that pristine stitch out with any stretching and any kind of baggy, kind of almost like kind of funny floated edges.
Yeah. Don't get any of that. Can I use this for things like thicker fabrics if I'm doing dressmaking with heavyweight, like wool, stuff like that?
You can do. If you're dressmaking, then I would always suggest that you stick to your straight seams or your slight curves. Don't be doing anything that's kind of like circular, because you haven't got the angle really with an overlocker, although you can get a gentle curve, especially if you've got to give a bit of give in your fabric as well.
Fantastic. What about things like lingerie? Because I know that's become a really sort of exciting area of dressmaking. A lot of dressmakers are getting into making lingerie.
Absolutely. I want to find a course to actually do that myself. And it is. Let me just grab, you can have a little chat, and I'll just grab him a magic box and I'll go and get my bits and pieces.
I'll have a little chat with myself. Go on then. You know me so well. Let me show you a slide. This is the contents. Absolutely. Listen, half of my remaining stock now is in baskets. We're in serious danger of selling out. Oh, another 2 have just checked out. That means we're now even more in danger of selling out, and people are going to miss out. It's wonderful, isn't it, to see an overlocker that's so easy to use, those double door access to do your threading. I mean, that is just fab. I do not understand why everyone isn't doing that. Well, right now, this is Husqvarna. £399. This is your chance to get that double door access, easy threading. I love that. I love it. Loads and loads of features. Differential feed. This means you get those perfectly even seams. You don't get the stretching and distortion. So things like stretchy fabrics, if you've matched up your seams, they're going to stay together. It's effectively what a walking foot does,
pretty much
isn't it?
so. Pretty much
it keeps
so.
everything even.
And you can take advantage of that if you want more ripples with things as well. So you can kind of go both ways.
Yeah, I've got one more slide, I think. Adjustable stitch length. Various fabrics and techniques will require different stitch lengths, so you're able to do that. You've got that thread cutter to trim your chain, or you can just chain through it to cut the thread. I'm very, very impressed with this overlocker.
It's lovely. It's changed my thinking on overlocking. So much so that I actually teach in the community for the local college.
Yeah.
And we've got to the point now where we're looking at budgets and funding for the next term, or the next school year, should I say. And I've actually asked for these to go in the classrooms.
I can see why. I can see why. If you're new to overlocking, or if you have paid, £1,000 for an overlocker, sorry to mention it.
But sometimes you think paying more, you're going to get, And
you'd rather be working on your Husqvarna, your Viking, £399. Remember, our nearest equivalent with those features is the 664 Pro from Elna. That's £549. Doesn't come with any threads. This is £399. Comes with your big pack of Madeira threads. Again, it's not a sort of, no brand, or unknown brand. This is Madeira Aerolock threads, 3 different colours, 4 massive reels of each to get you started. Well, that'll overlock plenty.
Oh, it'll go for ages.
And
you don't use as much as you think you might use with an overlocker.
Why do dressmakers want and need an overlocker? What is it about that elevates their sewing game?
It's just the finish. When you look at any of your garments, and I've had this from my students as well, they get really frustrated that they're making a garment that they feel that they can't wear. And part of it is because they know that the seams on the inside, if you look on the inside, you've got a zigzag on the edge, or you might use an overcast stitch. Please don't think that a sewing machine will give you an overlock stitch. It gives you an overcast stitch, and those are very, very different, because an overlock will actually cut the fabric, which means you've got a lovely neat seam allowance when you're sewing. It gives you that professional look. And if you've got any shop bought garments, you will have that finish. You might have a cover stitch, we'll kind of do the hems and things as well. But with an overlocker, the construction means you've got that pristine quality. So, for instance, I've got a little bit of kind of like a fleecy fabric here, and you were talking about thicker fabrics and thinner fabrics. So that is something that I would use. It's got a bit of a stretch, and sometimes when you're using a stretch stitch without it being an overlocker, you kind of get that funny edges, don't you? Exactly
like a lettuce.
Like
a lettuce.
And I know people won't see it when you're wearing it, but you know it's there, and it almost gives you that feeling that it's not professionally finished. So that's why I can understand a lot of people not wanting to wear things that they've made if they're not happy with the finish. But that gives you your seam. So you can see there, that is giving you a lovely seam, but it's giving you a seam that is going to stretch.
Yeah. So that's your 4-thread overlock, and you've constructed and overlocked in one step.
Absolutely. So it saves such a lot of time. But then go from that, and I've got satin fabrics. I've got, where is
Well, I was going to ask you about really fine fabrics, bridal, ball type fabrics, you know,
absolutely.
organza.
We've got organza here, so dancewear, things like that. We've got a lovely little rolled hem on there as well, which is beautiful. But then play around with your threads. I know we're rapidly running out of time, but change those last 2 threads to your metallic threads, which sometimes are a bit troublesome to actually get through the eye of a needle. Use them with your overlocker to give you that look. I mean, those could be fabulous for Christmas napkins, wouldn't they?
But, yeah, so that then would be a seam that you see. It could be ruffles on a dress,
absolutely.
couldn't it? Imagine that, a sort of gorgeous evening wear with ruffles that have that overlocked in a metallic. Beautiful. If you're okay with this, I'm going to move the overlocker out the way because we want to just bring back the Opal 670. We've got some questions.
Okay.
And here we go. This is from Sean. Sean asks, hi, what is the warranty with this machine, with the sewing machine? Can you drop the feed dogs for free motion? I'm trying to decide if Husqvarna is for me. So first of all, what's the warranty on this machine?
2 years.
2 years.
And forgive me, I should have said that at the offset, because that's brilliant. 2 years is very important with regards to a warranty.
Very important. 2-year warranty. Can you drop the feed dogs for free motion
You
quilting?
can indeed. Let me just take the extension table off and I'll show you exactly how you do that.
So Sean, that's yes. Yes, you can drop the feed dogs and a 2-year
I don't need to.
warranty.
I'd forgotten it's on the front on this machine. I'm so used to going to the back of a machine. So you literally, if you've got your, because quite often you have to take everything off to get to it because it's at the back. You've got the slider there. So all you need to do is to slide that across and the feed dogs will drop down. And then obviously they will, can you see they drop down there?
Yep.
And then when you actually put that back in place and rotate the flywheel on the side of the machine, they will pop back into play.
Perfect. Easy. And this is where having that huge 8-inch throat space and the extension table makes your quilting so much easier because it supports your quilt, it gives you space to manoeuvre, and those two things combined make quilting so much
Well, this
easier.
is it. I mean, it's such a big kind of configuration that we can hardly fit it on the screen. You're still going to get your accessory box, so you still got that with all your bobbins and everything in there. But the support and that space, it honestly speaks volumes when you come to sew it.
Do we have any more questions? Any more? Okay, what I would remind you is that £749 price is good till midnight tonight or until we sell out. Now, there's enough in baskets right now to sell out, so £749 is not going to stick around. Midnight tonight, it goes back up to £1,049. And remember, you are getting the extension table added in, well worth having. Now, one thing that you might want to buy as an extra, and it's a small cost, but it's super useful, is a low shank walking foot. This is $16.99.
Yeah, again, it's invaluable. The only thing I would say that you might want to add in is something like a walking foot, a free motion foot. If you've got a darning foot, you can add that in as well. Yeah.
Here's your walking foot. So this is going to give you, for quilting, for dressmaking, thicker items, also when you're doing soft furnishings, curtains, and you've matched your patterns perfectly, when you sew it, you want to use a walking foot to stop the fabric creeping. You also get your quilting guide bar, so this pushes through the back of your walking foot, and you can adjust this, so you sew a straight line, adjust this to the width that you want, line this up with your previous line of stitching, and then sew, and then you've only had to mark one line. $16.99. This will fit any low shank machine, so including this.
Including this one, yeah.
But also things like all of the Brother sewing machines that we sell, they're all low shank. This will fit any of them.
Majority are nowadays,
they
aren't they?
tend to be,
yeah.
most sewing machines are low shank. Another question. This is about the overlocker.
Okay.
Change heads. Hi, Hayley and Stuart. I just bought this machine to go with my HV Quartz 29, which I bought from you. Do all accessories fit any or all Husqvarna machines? So from the sewing machine.
They don't all fit across. What you need to do, and I can't remember off the top of my head which category the Quartz 29 fits into, but it will be, they put them in groups of letters. So a lot of the older machines are earlier letters, and then the newer machines like the Quartz 29 are later You'll probably find in your manual it will give you the letter, and then any accessories that Husqvarna Viking sell, they will tell you that it's compatible with that category of machine, and then you'll be okay. Right. And just adding in, if anybody's got any questions before midnight, I keep an eye on my phone, on my social media, just message me and I'll answer those questions to make sure you get that deal before, the deal on the sewing machine before it goes.
Brilliant. Excellent. Thank you.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for a brilliant morning. It's been wonderful. Right, let's do the menu quickly and then we have to go. At 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, it is the launch of Tilda Brie and Poppy Seed, two brand new gorgeous collections from Tilda. It's also the launch of my brand new Trio of Bags Volume 3. At 9:30 a.m, we've got Wardrobe by Me, Freedom Dress with Adam Brooks. 10:30, Pin Flare, and 12 o'clock, Adam is back with the Tessuti Alba trousers. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for Hobby Maker. It's up next.